All right. Hi, hello, and welcome to another Survival Horror Saturday here on the Shark Stream. I have made the questionable decision to risk having to deal with muted audio once more to use a Ghost Pumpkin Soup because I didn't feel right getting through this game without using it. But yes, hi, and salutations on this lovely Saturday, April 13th, Homestuck Day, for all those who celebrate. And for those who don't celebrate Homestuck Day, happy Neil Banging Out the Tunes Day. There's kind of a lot going on this particular day. And I am excited to. We've played through one story of Alone in the Dark so far, Edward Carnby's story, and I am excited to check out what the Emily Hartwood side of this looks like. Yeah, Cal, I don't have a lurk command. Sorry. Listen, I run a bare bones stream here, except for the places where it's not bare bones. I have very, very weird, what's the word I'm looking for? Priorities with regards to setting things up. I'm gonna call for a TTRPG, so I can't hear you, but right away. I hope you enjoy your TTRPG. What's been going on? I know that I usually wait until FF14 days to talk about FF14 stuff, but like this is recent, and this is simultaneously recent and imminent. That we finally got a date for the Dawn Trail benchmark, and it's tomorrow. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm going to try that out once that drops. And I am excited to see how Igeld looks with the graphical updates and everything. It's going to be super neat. Going to be super cool. I'm looking forward to it. I don't really have much else to talk about today. I'm still. I feel like I've talked about this on a previous stream. The whole thing with like fast food places like making up sauces that are just mixes of other condiments, but then not telling you what the fucking mix is, and it's just like, can you please, I'm begging you. But you know, well, I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care. You fucking care? I don't fucking care. Whatever. I'm excited to do some more Survival Horror Saturday stuff going forward. I'm constantly kind of waffling between how I want to like run my streams, where it's just like I sometimes feel like I take too long getting through certain games when there are other games I want to be playing. Just kind of using this as a case in point, we finished the Spider-Man 2 video game, so obviously the next one would be Spider-Man 3, which I'm very excited to get to because it's a bad game, and I like playing bad games that are like entertainingly bad, you know? And I was going to do Spider-Man 3 this past week, but we had some stuff going on this week. We had some friends that were in town that we wanted to go, went out to dinner with, so, that was very nice. Friends of the stream, Digitamer, Riley, and Spacey Ghost Cat. So I was going to do that and then start Splatoon 3 next week. But because I missed out on streaming this week, I'm just going to be moving right into Splatoon 3. So Spider-Man would normally be a Saturday thing, because, like, Spider-Man Saturday. But, like, now my plan is that once I finish Alone in the Dark, I'm going to move into replaying the Silent Hill games, because I kind of want to get prepped for the Silent Hill 2 remake, which I am going to be streaming. I kind of flip-flopped as to whether I was going to bother with the Silent Hill 2 remake, and I figured that, like, you know, I figured I'm gonna get it anyway. Like, one way or another, I'm eventually going to get the Silent Hill 2 remake. I might as well just get on the ground floor of that. We just don't know when it's coming out yet. And my biggest fear is that it is going to come out really soon. And I would like to do I would like to have a little bit of prep work for that stream through Silent Hill 1 through 4 again. And then maybe the medium, because I've had the medium on deck for kind of a while now. The medium is a bad game with bad messages and bad narrative, which we will almost certainly get into. I'm trying to be more comfortable with streaming games that are maybe a bit more difficult to talk about. Because here's the thing, right? By John Carpenter. No. Here's the thing. It's kind of difficult to try. I know a lot of people have a lot of trouble nailing down what kind of streamer they want to be. I sometimes have issues with that. I would like to just be a streamer that clearly knows what they're doing, you know? You have a lot of people streaming and doing Let's Plays and stuff out there that have no fucking clue what they're doing and aren't good at video games. So it's just like, I'm already doing better than them, at least. Not naming any names. Probably not the name you're thinking of, but maybe the name you're thinking of. It could be nothing, but it could also be everything. Oh, I said that and immediately made myself angry. I make jokes about how, like, I'm the best at video games. And it's not like I genuinely think that I am objectively better at video games than anybody else out there who's playing video games. My dude, there are people playing video games at professional levels, going to tournaments, winning cash prizes. I wish I could win a cash prize. Ain't nothing I'm winning a cash prize for. And that's not, like, for lack of skill or anything. A lot of, like, the higher level stuff that, like, you know, like, FPS tournaments, things like Halo tournaments, or, like, fighting game tournaments, like, I just don't really have... I have this thing where, like, I can be reasonably technically skilled up to a point, but there is a point at which, like, if I slip up, everything falls apart. Like, you've probably seen me do it live on stream, where it's just, like, I can be doing really good up to a certain point, and then just, like, either I start getting nervous, or I get tilted, and it's just, like, everything falls apart from there. It's just like, oh, okay, I guess I'm not good at what I'm doing anymore. But I strive to at least be good enough at what I'm doing to give a decent experience for whoever's watching. Because a lot of people watch full playthroughs of games that they either aren't sure about getting or aren't able to get. And I there's a part of me that wants to, like, I'm okay being a replacement, I guess, for someone's experience with a game. Like, I would always, like, personally oh, fuck, I just spilled fucking energy drink all over myself. Hold on. Oh, God. Okay. Well, that's less than ideal. I'm gonna need to clean this up real quick. I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. Okay, I have cleaned up as best I can. Had to put a whole new shirt on because I spilled it on myself. So this is the Alone in the Dark prologue. This is what we're going to be starting out with. Grace in the Dark. You may have noticed the placeholder Unreal Engine 5 logo for the startup image. And yeah, I'm not sure why they wouldn't, like, actually put something. Wait, whatever. So this is a short prologue sequence. I was debating when this came out whether or not I was going to, like, play it on stream as its own thing, and then I found out that it's like 10 minutes long. So, not really worth dedicating a whole stream to. But I did want to show it off because I forgot to do it at the start of our original run-through. But now that we've seen the full story and we have some context for, like, some of the characters, I want to play through it real quick to see if there is any kind of foreshadowing or anything that we can glean from the story now. Pyramid level theme would have been more appropriate for where I'm at in FF7 Rebirth. Hello, Lucas. Perhaps, but I decided I wanted to deal with having to send a copyright claim dispute after the stream. So let's go ahead and get started. So this was basically just created to show off sort of the graphical style and the engine for the game. Kind of a tech demo sort of thing, but it's also playable. Alone in the Dark by Cassandra Beauregard. That's the novel writer that we found dead in that mausoleum. And I believe we saw Grace wearing that mask at one point in the game. So she made that mask from the pages of the Alone in the Dark manuscript that Cassandra Beauregard was working on. Which I believe is the little notebook things that we see in our pause menu that describe the events of the game as we're going through it. So yeah, here we are playing as Grace. Yeah, over here.
Not my best work, if I'm being honest.
So that looks like that's Grace with her mom who didn't care about her and her dad who died. And that would be Grace with Cassandra Beauregard. Now, I was thinking about here's that Jack-in-the-Box we collected like 3 times. I don't remember it looking like that. Now, I was thinking about the events of Edward Carnby's story the other day. And, like, what we saw, what was shown during it. And, you know, I always... Oh, hold up.
I can't wait to paint this. Gonna give it a big mustache.
Hell yeah. Now, one thing that I realized is that if we have 2 protagonists who have parallel narratives, there is the distinct possibility that certain story beats that are only alluded to in one narrative are going to be outright shown in the other. I take her paintbrush and paint a little mustache on your PNG tuber. Don't do that. Please don't do that. Honestly, I can't stand having a mustache. I like having the sort of like more of a 5 o'clock shadow look more than anything else, if I'm being entirely honest. I can't stand when my facial hair gets too long. Just because then, like, my mustache hairs get in my mouth, I'm just like, pip, 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 all day. It's a pretty good length right now. But I'm expecting that in playing through Emily Hartwood's story, I'm expecting us to see Cassandra Beauregard die. Oh.
Huh?
Yeah.
Cassandra should be more careful with her medicine.
You said it, Grace.
I already washed my hands today.
I only need to do so once. Why would you wash your hands more than once? Doesn't make sense. I'm a filthy creature. Damn, lorked. What the fuck? Hold up. It's like glowing blue. Why? Oh, shit. Wait, hold on. This is where we want to go. Oh, hey, Jeremy.
Oh, goodness, you scared me.
What are you up to, Jeremy?
I have to tell someone what is going on here. I have to try. You're not one of them, are you? Please tell me, Grace. You're not a spy, are you?
Who's spy?
Them. The others. All of them. No, you're too innocent.
I'm too innocent.
I need to get this letter to my niece. She would understand.
Just give it to the clerk, Mr. Waits, and he'll post it.
No, he could be in on it. What if he won't post my letter?
Then don't make it look like it's one of yours. Here, let me do it.
All right.
Miss Emily Hartwood, Dauphin Street, New Orleans. You don't have the number? Not sure the postman's gonna find it without...
And he's gone.
Jeremy? Where'd he go? I'll just post it myself then. I'll just take this letter downstairs to the clerk's office myself.
It's very funny to me that, like, Grace's whole attitude in it, because we know that she's in on it at this point. Like, to a certain degree. But she also doesn't care. Like, her whole attitude about what's going on in the house is, to put it simply, kind of weird.
I wish Batiste would drive me around all day. Maybe if I broke my leg.
Like, look, you hearing her? She's just like, casually thinking, like, huh, I should break my leg so that Batiste will drive me around all day. I'm a Louisiana Southern Belle.
Oh, Cassandra, I'm touching your typewriter.
Grace isn't a Louisiana Southern Belle. I'm a Louisiana Southern Belle. Me. Gage McShockman. I'm not actually from Louisiana. I'm from Massachusetts. I'm about as far from being a Southern Belle as you can get. Except the whole being extremely attractive part. That I got on lock. Oh.
Oh no, Jeremy, what have you done?
Like, she takes all this in stride. Like, she sees this happen, she's like, ah, dang it, Jeremy. This is why this whole prologue thing is why I was, like, really upset that these statues didn't end up doing anything in the game, really. Because, like, they just kind of move around. So, if you recall when we were playing through Edward Carnby's section, we had this whole, like, swamp manifestation at one point, and I noticed that the bear had been knocked over. That's a fucked up looking dog. Now, the reason that I kind of pogged out of my gourd about that is because that happens here. Like, you knock this bear over as Grace, and it's still knocked over when Carnby needs to come through here later. We may also see Mr. Waits die. Uh-oh. Grace, get out of there! The fucked up dogs are coming! Maybe I should go back out there. It might be fine. Aw.
I suppose this mess pales in comparison to the foyer.
The foyer. Damn. Shut up.
Oh, a little night music. Mr. Waits, hello?
Though, of course, he may already be dead. Somehow that mail still goes out. I'm not sure how or why. And that was the monster from the oil field. And Grace is fine, obviously. I don't know how or why, but she is.
Last night I dreamt that my uncle hung himself in the attic, that we were too late. The house looked different, but it was still called Dorsetto.
Definitely a weird place. Feels like I've been here before, I just can't think why.
Let's not waste any time, Detective.
Yeah, you're right. Let's go get your uncle, Miss Hartwood.
So, like, my question is, so it's mentioned in the game that, like, oh, Dorsetto has this, like, aura about it that makes you think that you've always been there, or that you've been there before. And then Emily is just like, oh, I had this dream where my uncle hung himself. The house looked different, but it was still called Dorsetto. I'm just like, are they remembering the original game? Like, because in the original game, Jeremy Hartwood does hang himself in the attic. As opposed to this game where he's technically fine. You know? Anyways, that's Alone in the Dark prologue. So with that, let's go ahead and get into the game proper. But yeah, as you can see, it's not really... The prologue isn't really much of a demo. It's basically like a tech demo more than anything, just kind of showing off the graphic and physics engines and how they're expecting the game to like look and play, and giving you the smallest hint, the smallest smidgen of the fucking story, the narrative. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go ahead. If my previous autosave is gonna be deleted, then I do want to go ahead and just make sure I've got that on lock. Starting the game. Now, based on what they said that the Lagniaps carry over from one game to another. And you need to do both characters to get all of them. Frog got 8. So when we start this up, we should have everything we collected as Carnby on hand.
So, your uncle. What's wrong with him?
He's possessed.
As in the devil?
Something like that.
It's mental illness, love.
He says a dark man is following him. Watching him at all times.
What do you make of it?
It's nonsense, of course. But I'd be lying if I said it didn't bother me. You see, it runs in my family.
Possession?
No, detective. Deteriorating melancholy. Practically every member of the Hartwood family is driven mad before they grow old.
But Jeremy didn't kill himself. Is that why he's at your setup?
Despite being convinced that he is truly possessed, he decided to put his last chips on Dr. Gray and his psychoanalysis, figuring he might stumble upon some cure.
Emphasis on psycho. I'm sorry.
You mentioned the letter.
I received a disturbing letter from Jeremy accusing the staff and all the other patients of being involved in some cult. And now they are also out to get him.
Could it be real? Or is it all just in his head?
It's a story he tells himself, Mr. Carnby. Anything to avoid the truth.
Which is?
That we're all terribly insignificant. That people mean so very little to one another. That there is no one out to get Jeremy Hartwood because he isn't worth getting.
Here we are.
My uncle's not well, Mr. Carnby. I want to make sure he's all right.
Then what's my part in this? You couldn't get a cab?
I just wouldn't feel safe going alone. Did you bring a gun?
Yeah. You think it'll actually come to that?
No. But you might need to wave it around depending on how agreeable the staff will be.
What exactly are we gonna do when we find Jeremy?
I don't
Very
know.
good question.
Let's just find him first.
This is very different from what was in the prologue. So that's interesting because the prologue, I believe, was released before the game was delayed. So I'm wondering if there were changes to the narrative. You know? Alright, so he's going inside. Or he's gonna go inside. He should go inside through the garage.
Hello?
It's so quiet. Where is everyone?
This is a big place. Maybe they're on the other side of the house.
Stay here. I'll have a look.
Oh no, she's going in through the garage. Okay. So does each character play effectively the same? Or are there... Hold on. Okay, all the Lagniaps that I have are still here. Salmon. When I Get Back, John Marcus, 1989.
When I Get Back, John Marcus, 1918.
1918, excuse me. Jeremy's Warning.
Dearest Emily, Deseto is the prey of evil, and now they're all in on it. The staff and all the patients are nothing more than a mindless cult set to awaken the bayou. I see now that it was wrong of me to try to survive the madness of the Dark Man. You will also learn that soon enough. Every hour that passes where I deny him his right to my sanity makes it worse for the people I care about. He perfectly staged his world in order to conduct my fall. And I have to fall, Emily. Stay away, my dearest niece. Stay as far away from Deseto as you can. Someday you may understand what I've done. May God forgive me. Farewell, Jeremy Hartwood.
Yeah, alright. Well, we're already not doing well in terms of not coming here. Alright, so if it plays functionally the same, then that makes me wonder if there are going to be any major differences in terms of, like, characters we meet, what events we see, that sort of thing. We're gonna have to, or I guess we're gonna have to find out. Because if there's different items that you can find for the Lagniaps, like, obviously there has to be at least a few different things that happen, right? I would imagine. Wait, do I have a gun? Yo, you got a gun?
Surprised.
Oh, fuck.
Surprised by her own reckless decision, Emily found herself breaking into Deseto. She mulled over how to present her story in case she got caught, but couldn't think of anything that sounded convincing. She wasn't much of a fast talker. Best to find a way to open the front door and let Detective Conby inside so he can handle the situation.
That's a good plan. Oh, she does have a gun. It looks different from Carnby's. Kitty. Kitty gone. Please, mysterious kitty. Be my friend, won't you?
Well, I don't think I'll be able to get in there.
It's probably a good call. Like, this looks magazine-fed, as opposed to Carnby's, which I believe is a revolver. Yeah, it's starting to seem like we're going to be doing mostly the same stuff. But maybe, like, some characters will still be alive while others won't? Guess we'll have to see. Ah. Ah, the fucked up tree.
This must be older than Derceto. They've built the house around it.
Ah, yes. The Shub-Nagroth tree. Emily doesn't seem to be getting any whispers off of it. I feel like I remember that when we came here as Carnby, he was getting whispers off it immediately. Housekeeper's key. Alright. She uses booze for health too, huh? Everybody here is just getting totally fucked up and just being like, yeah, this'll fix me. Courage, what else? Yeah.
I'll just take this.
Not that I need it or anything. Rat. Family Bibble.
Every day your silence weighs a little heavier. It's been a difficult year for everyone, and many have lost all hope. I read in the papers about people suffering. Pictures of dust-covered landscapes without a drop of water. I wish I knew if you were still tending the earth or if you had turned your back against us. I have started to look for help elsewhere. I pray you will tell me if I am going down a path that you find disagreeable. With help from Baptiste and Charlotte, I found comfort in the practice of the voodoo. I have long been skeptical of that Caribbean cult, but it's been of good use to me. It seems all harmless in my book. I say some words dreamt up by the Creoles, and I carry around a small pocket of gree-gree. Nothing of this is mentioned in the Bible, of course, but the French Quarter priestess tells me it's all connected. She says the Christian God is just one more perspective on the creator of things. That's what I like to think, but the other way around, that the spirits of her faith are just aspects of you, our Heavenly Father. I am so grateful for the words you gave Mr. Hartwood. We will sing your praises at St. John's Eve. The world will be blessed soon again. Only the sacrifices of the Old Testament compare to your demands. Let it be the truth. A mother of earth, wood, and dirt. A mother of 1,000 young.
Sacred sand, $1. Black cat oil, $1.50. Devil shoestrings, a quarter. That makes $2.75, madame.
What was that you were telling the doctor? A goat without horns. What does that mean?
Ah, you must have misheard me, madame. I said no such thing.
Please. I know I don't look like any of you, but I'm devout. I'm ready to do what it takes.
Do not be so eager to sacrifice the few things you have left, madame. Now please, leave my store.
A goat without horns.
So, like, are they trying to imply that, like, voodoo beliefs are comparable to Lovecraftian shit? That I don't know about. Putting those pieces together. Okay, give me one moment. All right. I feel like spilling that energy drink kind of threw my game off a little bit. Like, up to that point, I had, like, a pretty good... I was... My thoughts and my words were moving at a pretty decent clip, and now it's just, like... I had to, like, take an extended period of time to, like, actually clean up everything I fucking spilled. I don't have a map of this area yet. Meat, 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 meat. Oh. Rat. Finding a lot of bullets.
I need the key.
I need the key. Guess I need the key. Looks like I don't have this key. Doesn't look like I'm getting any further without a key. This is just a world full of people who just constantly talking to themselves. Relatable.
Please do not touch the boiler. It is working after all. While the sabotage has caused a leak, only the decorative plate has been completely ruined. Let's wait for Mr. Chance to turn up and he can take a look at the leak. Mr. Waits.
That doesn't look safe.
Does not. I'm glad those aren't sliding puzzles and it's just puzzles. Just aligning the picture correctly. I'm not generally the biggest fan of sliding puzzles. Like, I don't hate them indiscriminately. They're not my favorite. Generally speaking. Nothing in that one. I think this is the tub that Carnby ends up in later. That's the other thing, because I remember seeing Emily in the card as it was sinking into the river, in the section where Carnby's meeting up with fucking Grace in one of the like manifestations.
Sunday, June 22nd. I spent all day looking for Jeremy. I should have cared for the others, but I'm scared that he will do something irreversible. Cassandra is upset that I didn't give her the latest shipment of pain medication that Waits brought from the post office yesterday. I would have given it to her, but the company didn't send a new key this time around, so the box is just sitting there on my desk. They must have figured we had plenty of their gimmicky keys by now. I only remember seeing one lately. Grace was playing with it inside the grand parlor. Unless it turns up by itself, it will have to wait. I have to figure out where Jeremy is. I think Jack knew something. That dog of his found a strange rot permeating the house. She's showing us, he said. Like those blots and streaks of fetid rot was talking to him.
Weird. Alright. Oh, thank fuck the map. And the pizza key.
Ah, what's this?
A key to the pizza. I left my PS5 on running FF14, so the cats are pretty much taking turns taking naps on top of it. Alright. Oh, there was a thing on the left saying whether or not something was explored or completed. Or completely
I
explored.
need the key.
That's probably something I could have noticed sooner. Alright,
It's wedged shut.
this was a wedged. I need the fucking butter knife for that, or whatever it was.
It looks important.
I don't remember. It's been a long time since I played this game. It's been like a whole week. Pizza key. Ew. Bubba. Wubba. Trying every
Need the key.
door. Aha. The Picayune Post.
The Great Depression. President Hoover raises tariffs on over 20,000 imported goods in an act to protect American labor. Following the collapse of the Wall Street stock market on October 24 last year, American industry has suffered greatly. Thousands of companies have gone bankrupt and left a large part of the American workforce unemployed. In an attempt to turn the tide, the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act has been signed by President Herbert Hoover. By regulating commerce with foreign countries, the government hopes to encourage the industries of the United States to compete with cheap foreign imports. Superstition on rise. New Orleans voodoo stores and spiritual mediums see increased profit during troubled times. While the market has faced hard times ever since Black Thursday of last year, voodoo doctors and snake charmers see significant rise in number of customers. With the coming Eve of St. John on the 23rd, the police expect increased cult activity around Bayou St. John, the southern shore of Lake Pontchartrain. Voodoo rituals in that area on the Eve of St. John have a long tradition reaching back to the first snake worshippers brought as slaves from West Africa. During the 19th century, its practice was popularized by the legendary Marie Laveau and has since been embraced by many of the Creoles and the surviving aristocracy of the French Quarter. Author seeks asylum. Rumors regarding author Cassandra Beauregard making Derceto her home verified. Derceto Hospital is an old plantation building on the eastern shores of Lake Pontchartrain. While often considered an asylum for the insane, residing Dr. Elmore Lee Gray prefers to think of it as a convalescent home, a place where you can go to rest. The patient list is kept secret, but thought to include many of the black sheep of wealthy families, because at Derceto, treatment does not come for free. Local author Cassandra Beauregard has now been confirmed by her own admission. She's been lauded as a powerful Creole voice and written many successful books. Lately it was reported from Hollywood that she has finished a moving picture manuscript titled Slaughter Gulch. That film is set to hit the theaters next year.
Ding dong. What? Ding dong, ding dong.
I need the key.
Need the key. There. Hey, Carnby. Sorry to keep you waiting. Hey, whoa, hold up.
Excuse me? Do you know where I can find Jeremy Hartwood?
This is different. I think.
McCarthy, what are you doing? I told you not to lose sight of the girl.
Don't you worry, Mags. I'll find that little rascal.
Who are you people? What are you doing here?
I think that's different.
I'm sorry about all this, but I'm looking for my uncle. His name is Jeremy Hartwood.
What are you doing, child? You shouldn't be alone. Go find McCarthy.
Who are you? Are you here for the Fay Dodo?
Go upstairs now.
My name is Emily Hartwood. I'm the niece of Jeremy Hartwood. This is Detective Carnby.
The police? Why are you here?
No, I'm a private investigator. Sorry to bother you. My client's worried about her uncle. He's a patient here at Tercetto. If you don't mind, could you direct us where to find him?
No, I can't. Jeremy has gone missing. If you leave your information, I will make sure to contact you.
Wait, he ran away?
No, he won't leave the house. He's around here somewhere, and both of our orderlies are looking for him.
That's unacceptable. Where's Dr. Gray? I want to speak with him immediately.
Fine, I'll ask him. Wait here and don't touch anything.
Oh, no way I'm doing that. Waiting here, I mean. I'm gonna touch everything. As much as I possibly can. I'm gonna do so much touching.
You want to see Jeremy's room?
Can you show us?
Follow me.
Yeah, I feel like when we were here as Carnby, like, the entire fucking house was out here. Excuse me. So this is definitely different. I would have remembered Grace going like, rah!
Thank you.
Wow, rude.
Strange kid.
Let's look around, see what we can find.
Locked steamer trunk. Locked box. Locked Carnby.
What kind of stuff are we looking for? I've never been part of an investigation before.
Letters, diaries, receipts, all sorts of notes.
Cool.
I've read about police analyzing teeth marks and blood samples and fingerprints to find criminals. Is that something you can do?
No, that sounds more like the way the Bureau of Investigation does things. But, you know, if you do find teeth or blood, it's still worth mentioning.
Yeah, because that's definitely not a good sign. Like, that's a red flag.
We should talk to Dr. Gray when we're done here. He's the one who runs the hospital. He must know something about what's happened.
Yeah, I just want to get a feel of what we're dealing with here first.
Of course.
So what's bound to happen here is that, like, when we were playing as Carnby, Carnby was taking everything in remarkably good stride when we were playing as him. And every time we met up with Emily, it seemed like she wasn't dealing with any of the shit we were dealing with until the very end, when she was just like, I told you shit was going on here and it was weird. Why weren't you listening to me? So I am expecting, like, just based on that opening where Emily went into the garage instead of Carnby going into the garage, I'm expecting there to be even more role reversals here, where Emily is going to be going slowly insane over the course of the story, and Carnby, in comparison, is going to be remarkably mundane about all this.
Every night the dark man stands opaque at the threshold of my room, counting the days until my spirit spills out of my tired shape. Only his pallid mask shelters my remaining sanity. Staring directly into the face of that demonic sultan would surely sunder time itself. Would he have looked the same to my father as he struggled for his life? Does his veiled face haunt my niece quite the same way? I wish so that I could rest my soul in that sunburnt convent of Tarawea.
Rest my soul.
Would I find you there, Juan? Or Senora Perosi, back from the beyond? Every night I hide from him, moving from one misshapen memory to another. Scenes conjured out of fantasy and delirium. places I struggle to even paint. I wish I understood your death, Signora. Is there anything I could do for you but bury you in that bleak necropolis? That triumphant chapel rising above the ledges and the oven vaults shall be your sepulchre, where you may rest, and I shall weep. How did you first come to understand such things, Signora? How did you know that the battered boiler in the basement would lead me to Lafayette Cemetery? Or how the old upstairs clock, with its astronomical motifs, would take me to that hateful mound outside of Claremont Harbor?
Yes, the hateful
Those are
mound.
my memories, my past. Is there perhaps a chance, if ever so small, for me to see Terrawaya? Oh, I want that more than anything. Please, let my talisman take me there. Let me sit with Juan under his Bodhi tree.
Shit with Juan? Sorry, I
Despite
I
having
misheard that.
told me that talisman, Miss Jackson, the voodoo priestess, revealed none of her secrets to me. That's why I had to travel to Tonka. Instead, she cruelly told Baptiste, my caretaker, that he would be betrayed and killed in the most awful way, that the one he loved would pierce his thigh with a sharp spear, and that he would be devoured by his own mother. What a terrible thing to say. The people of Deseto are becoming dangerous. They do not understand what they are doing. I must do something to stop them. I tried talking to Dr. Gray, but he confuses my worries. He's caught up in treating me. How can he expect evil to be cured with medicine and conversation? The orderlies, the housekeeper, and the patients are all deranged. They will call upon evil to enter this world. All will be lost. Everything. Unless I can find the clerk, Mr. Waite. He seems to be a clear-thinking man. Maybe Beauregard. The dark man offered me a prison, and I accepted. I signed that miscarried contract and entered the dark pact. Everyone is safe, except for me.
Damn, sucks. Ooh, painted tile. Love me a painted tile. Okay, there's there, over there. Da 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 da.
Have you ever seen anything like this? Looks like a talisman.
You mean like this one?
Can you find me a knife to cut the canvas? I want to take this with me.
You want to take the painting? Sure, I'll find one.
Mitty, what are you trying to do? Where are you trying to go? Emily? Whoa. Okay.
I found this tube as well. Should keep it safe for you. Do you want to carry it, or should I?
Mitty, what are you trying to do?
Miss Hartwood. Emily?
I'll take it. Thank you.
We're
So
done
that's the
here,
origin
right?
of the tube.
I'm not
I can't
sure.
remember if that's something that she did in the
I
original.
don't know how to do any of this.
Listen, I think we should talk to Dr. Gray. He must know something about what's going on around here.
Okay. Let's do that.
Come on, I don't want to be here all night.
Girl, that is not going to stay on your shoulder. That's going to slip off. You may want to, like, sling that across your
Detective
front.
Carnby?
Oh.
Where did...
Mitty, why are you resting on the shelf with your face pressed up against the vent of the Xbox? You're a strange little girl.
What on earth is happening? What is this place?
I mean, it's Louisiana. I feel like that's pretty clear.
Emily had never...
Hold up.
Jeremy had gone missing. The housekeeper said the staff at their settle was looking for him. But Emily wanted answers and demanded to speak to Dr. Gray, the man in charge. While waiting, a young girl offered to show Emily and Detective Conby inside Jeremy's room. The perfect opportunity to look for clues regarding Jeremy's disappearance. Emily had never seen the French Quarter quite like this, dark and alien. The only possible refuge she could see from Jeremy's balcony was a bit of light coming from a corner store.
I appreciate that every document that you can get in this game is also voiced, because it gives me opportunities to look into a few things that I have been checking on my end. I'm dealing with a situation. I mean, it's not. I wouldn't even actually say it's much of a situation, honestly. It's more of an oddity, where an artist that I follow posted a string of commissions that they had done, and there was one in particular that the character depicted looked suspiciously like an OC of mine. Just in like overall design and the outfit and everything. And I had this moment where I was just like, there's no way, right? Oh, hold up. I think am I stuck up here?
What the hell was that thing?
Okay, no, I'm good.
She had killed the horrid thing. But what was it? And would there be more?
I know for a fact there's one around the corner. Oh, hold on. I'm still stuck. Come on. God damn it. Oh, this is bad. This is real bad. Can I, like... How am I gonna get out of here? Hold up. This is not... This is no good. Is that my blood? No, it's that thing's blood. But I am stuck on geometry. Okay, there we go. Jesus Christ. Yep, there you are. Ow, fuck. I hate when I get stuck in my friend's blood. No, it's not a friend. That's a bad guy. That is not a good guy. It's a bad guy. What was I talking about? Right. So, recapping. Artist posts a series of commissions that they did recently. And there is an OC that looks very suspiciously like an OC of mine. Like, to the point that I'm just like, Hey, wait a minute. Something's not right here. And I've been using the moments where like it's just reading out the text in like documents and story entries to do a little bit of digging here. I'm not going to mention who the artist is or who the person who commissioned the art is, because that would be wrong. Especially because it doesn't seem like there's any foul play at work here. As far as I can tell. But it's just like... Because part of it is, it's an OC of mine that is, or I guess I can say is, particularly, like, one of my more particularly popular OCs, like, ones that, like, you know, I've posted, like, artists' drawings of them, and artists have told me how much they enjoy drawing that OC, and so on and so forth.
I can't go that way.
Can't go that way. So sounds like a mess. Like I said, it looks like everything is fine, I think. Like, it's still a situation where I'm sort of side-eyeing it, because, like, now that I've seen more art of said OC, I'm just like, I don't think... Oh, damn.
Is that you?
Batiste?
How'd you get here?
Oh, and everybody's gonna know who I am.
Looking for my Uncle Jeremy?
Jeremy's your uncle. I didn't know.
Why would you? You're still working at Derceto?
Yeah, both me and Lotta stuck around. We're real orderlies now. You remember my sister Lotta, don't you?
What happened, Batiste? How are we here?
You know about the dark man haunting your uncle?
I'm familiar with his mental state.
I think we all in his head somehow. Because these streets are real, but they're not like on any map. Nah, this is like when you remember something, but in the wrong way.
Do you know how to get back to Derceto? I'm not safe here.
Truer words have yet been spoken, Mrs. Marcus.
Don't call me that. It's Miss Emily Hartwood. There's no reason to call me anything else.
Mrs. Marcus?
I'm sorry, Miss Emily. I'm just trying to tell you like it is. This place ain't safe for no one. There's evil hiding in the dark.
How do I get back?
Only Jeremy knows how. He has this juju necklace guiding him.
You mean this talisman?
Mm-hmm. Just like it. He says it's been protecting him ever since he got it from Miss Jackson down the street.
You know where it came from? Have you been there?
I was there no more than 1 hour ago looking for Jeremy. Locked it up to keep the ghouls from getting inside. You can have the key if you want.
Thank you. I'll take a look.
Stay safe, miss.
Anyways, it's hard to... It's been difficult trying to, like, judge one thing or the other, because the person that commissioned it doesn't have, like, a huge social media presence, or anywhere that they particularly keep track of their OCs, so there's not a whole lot that I can do in terms of, like, trying to, like, track development, try to see if there is any chance that there is some funny business going on here. But at a glance, it does not seem like there is funny business to be had.
Are you staying here?
For a while. Want to see if Jeremy shows up.
Your sister. She also works at Derceto?
Yeah, she the one who got us jobs.
Be careful, okay?
You said it, miss.
So Emily knows Batiste and Lottie. Seemingly from before they were even, like, at Derceto. Whoa, God. So that's interesting. Alright. Haven't found any other funny little items. Hi, Batiste. Batiste, hi. Bye, Batiste. Okay. More pistol bullet. Oh, fuck. Yeet. 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 Brick! Brick! Go, gadget, brick! 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 That was a lot of bricks. Just to take that one guy down. Imagine. Alright, at the very least, I didn't have to use a lot of bullets. Which I think we can all be pretty grateful for. Hello. More bullet? Oh, cool. I even got back the 2 bullets that I used. Plus interest. And another brick. I don't need the brick right now for anything. Not yet, anyway. Ooh. Hatchet. But yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things where I don't want to assume the worst, but like it's definitely a situation where it's like I don't have any way of knowing if this is actually what's going on or not. I don't think it is. Yeah, it could be a coincidence, but it's also like you don't have any control over a thing. Yeah. Hold on, I'm gonna pop that guy. Load my gun. Oop. Ow.
My weapon broke.
Yeah, I recognize that. Oh, fuck. That felt unfair. Could be I found other pandas that are like very similar to my panda, but I think they were just coincidence, also not like commercial. My spine broke. Brick! Ow. Molotov. Much better. It's very dark here and I don't have my flashlight on. More brick. Bullet. Thank you. Yeah, it's just like I don't have like a particular copyright on any particular design, but it's just like it's a thing where it's just like it's just similar enough that I'm like I don't really know for sure. Oh, fuck. Really glad I learned the dodge button. Ow. Now, if only I could use it right. Fuck. Whoa. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Alright. Ah, brick.
This must be Miss Jackson's place. Let's see if we can find out more about Jeremy's talisman.
Emily found this waking dream disturbingly persuasive. If this was Jeremy's world, what did that mean? Was the Hartwood family suffering a literal curse? Was the dark man, that ghoulish specter haunting Jeremy, an actual supernatural being? Emily pushed her thoughts aside and focused. She needed to find out about the talisman and get back to Desetto.
I think we missed one.
Emily
Yeah, here we
couldn't
go.
understand where she was, but it felt like a waking dream. Baptiste, who she vaguely remembered from her past, claimed to work as an orderly at Desetto. He was also looking for Jeremy, and seemed to imply that he was chasing him through Jeremy's own mind. Maybe this wasn't Emily's dream, but Jeremy's, and she was trapped inside somehow. Baptiste suspected that Jeremy was in some control due to a talisman that he had been given by a Miss Jackson, a name Emily recalled to be one of the many voodoo witch doctors in the French Quarter. In hope to find a way back to Desetto, Emily set out to find Miss Jackson's place.
Maybe someday I'll commission a VTuber model that's an anthropomorphic brick and name it Elizabeth Harkness. Like a combination of Elizabeth Hartwood and Jack Harkness from Doctor Who? I sneezed. Oh, also, hi, New Joe. I don't want to pick that up yet. That's gonna, like, end the whole dang experience. I want to take a look around first. Like, this door can open. Or maybe it can't. Oh, that's the door to, like, leave. I'm pretty sure.
It looks exactly like Jeremy's talisman.
Talisman. Use the talisman to get back to Derceto. Derceto. Yeah, I think that's the door that I walk through to, like, leave this memory.
I think it's meant to hold the talisman.
You think? Okay, hold on. So we got a talisman schematics.
Talisman with black sunstone. An ancient navigational tool found inside a
I have no idea. Who is this
along
character?
the Bayou Tonk. The old grave was uncovered by oil riggers and said to have unleashed a vagabond devil that massacred its finders.
Fucked up if true.
3 numbers are needed to span a bridge between escapes of dream and memory, according to Stein. Not where I want to be, but it's a start. 3, 5, 8.
This is Emily Hartwood. She is the niece of the guy that we came to look for in the story. She was a minor character when we were playing through the first time on in Edward Carnby's scenario. And now we're playing through the game as her.
I'm not sure what numbers I should use. Maybe there's something in Jeremy's notes.
In part to see if there is anything different, but also because, and so far there has been different stuff.
What's that picture in the glass? Where is that?
That's literally the table we're standing at. Oh.
Good to see you again, Miss Hartwood.
Hello,
Mrs.
Narga
Thompson
Kagabard.
told me you were here. She also alerted me that you brought a detective with you. I'm very curious to hear what this is all about. You don't remember me, do you, Miss Hartwood? We met at your family's house in the Garden District, when your uncle was about to be admitted under my care.
No, I remember. Sorry. I'm not really feeling well.
Oh, well, in that case, have a seat. Let me make you a drink. I don't seem to have made much of an impression on you. On the other hand, I can vividly recall you and your parents.
Because of our cheerful disposition, I'm sure.
You are far too intelligent to think that. You come from a joyless family, Miss Hartwood. The only amusement I took from my visit was discovering that the young lady's drink was an old-fashioned.
Very astute. Is that supposed to make you seem attentive or intelligent?
Whatever you prefer. Are you ready to tell me why you are here, Miss Hartwood? And why you brought a detective?
I received a letter from my uncle. He seems certain that he was in danger here. If I find out you're treating him badly, I'll be taking him back with me to New Orleans.
Really? Is he going to live with you in your tiny garçonniere? That would be a spectacular way to ratify your spinsterhood. Because you are well aware that your father would never let him back in his house. No, I have it. Maybe you can bring him back up north. You've been wanting to move back for quite a few years, haven't you?
Trying to wait for the cutscene to finish.
Your mother's side of the
Bear with me.
Jeremy is free to leave with you. I won't object. However, there is one problem, as you might have learned. He is, in fact, missing.
Do you know where he could have gone?
No, I'm afraid I don't. I have my staff looking for him. I'm sure he will show up eventually. Especially if he learns that you are here. He is quite fond of you.
What can you tell me about his condition? I never heard a proper diagnosis. What is your medical opinion of him?
My medical opinion is that he's fucking nuts.
He is an anxious man. Depressed, even.
It's mental
He suffers
illness,
from
love.
a perceived lack of order in his inner and outer life. He constantly complains about events not presenting themselves according to their divine nature.
And the Dark Man?
Hard to tell if it was ever anything specific. Jeremy uses the Dark Man as a psychological scapegoat to avoid facing the truth that he is in any way at fault.
You don't think there can be any truth to the Dark Man's supernatural existence?
Why would you ask that?
Can we ever be sure?
If the Dark Man is some sort of evil presence that is in possession of Jeremy?
Well,
I assure you, any evidence that you experience supporting that claim is purely delusional. Don't get caught up in mass hysteria.
Hey, I
Miss
wasn't
Hartwood.
finished with that.
You wouldn't want to take your uncle's place in this hospital, would you?
Wow, rude.
I'll be leaving now, Doctor. I need to keep looking for my uncle.
Do so, Miss Hartwood. I'll let you know if he shows up.
Chapter 2.
Detective Carnby! God, I'm glad to see you. I was afraid you had left.
Me? You're the one who just disappeared.
It's hard to explain. I think I blacked out. It was like I went somewhere else.
It's okay, miss. You're clearly upset.
No, it's... I don't know what's happening.
This is a very stressful situation for you, I understand.
Ugh, no, you don't understand.
Just take a deep breath. Why don't you sit down, smoke some of the Perique? If you want, I could even drive you back to New Orleans. I just want to have a talk with Dr. Gray first.
I want to stay. I found a talisman just like the one in the painting. I think I might be able to figure out where Tarawea is, where Jeremy wanted to go.
That's great. Just stay out of trouble, okay? Let me handle the investigation.
Oh yeah, this is way different, and it's...
I'm not crazy, Detective. Not yet.
Okay, catch you later.
It's going about the way that I was expecting it to go. All right, let me get caught up on chat here in just a moment. Side note, I totally play a game called Vagabond Devil. Wow, someone said my name right at a fast speed. Oh.
Open up doors between the French Quarter and Derceto, then maybe Jeremy is hiding in some strange other world. Like Tarawea, the place he mentioned in the book. No matter where he is, it's clear that my search won't be limited to Derceto.
Wow. Much like Carnby, she is on the fucking ball. Wow, someone said my name right at a fast speed. I mean, to be fair, I saw the name, put together how it was probably pronounced in my head, and then just kind of took a gamble on that. So I'm glad I got it right. Oh, and Nargacuga, yeah, that's a Monster Hunter thing, right? Monstert. In my professional opinion, the Heavy was killed. Wait a minute, this is the wrong script. Oh, this guy's getting a 1-star review on Angie's List, mansplaining in the dark. So, I'm now kind of realizing, I don't know if I should have put this was still a, has a first playthrough tag on it, considering that this is technically our second playthrough of the story. But it is interesting. Like, I was fully going into that cutscene thing, just remembering, like, oh, you know, I know how this story plays out, how this guy's, like, arc continues. So even though he definitely seems obviously evil, I know for a fact that, you know, he's actually on some level one of the least unhinged people here. And then he had to go and kind of be a sleazy weirdo to Emily. It's just like, oh, okay, I don't feel bad about what happens to you at all. And then, again, my assumption with how Edward Carnby was going to factor into this playthrough of the game, 100% correct, in that, much like how Emily was in the Carnby playthrough, being at a glance entirely like level-headed and seemingly not going through any of the weird shit that Carnby was going through up until the very end, where she's just like, hey, I told you things were fucking weird, which leads me to believe that in all likelihood the real Edward Carnby and the real Emily Hartwood are experiencing entirely separate versions of Derceto up until the very end of the game, and the version of the opposite character that we meet during each playthrough is a construct of the house. If I had to guess, that is what I'm going to call here. Boken Pates.
Paul, you're right about the plates on the boiler and the clock. They have been sabotaged, and I think I know who did it. They have something to do with Jeremy's episodes and how he seems to disappear at night. Right now, it's important that you keep an eye out for any of the pieces. I want to find out if I can repair the plates. Let me know if you find any of them. Lottie.
Tell Lottie to take a look at the well in the kitchen garden.
Being as I've seen 5 minutes of this game, I concur. I'm glad you agree, New Joe. Old Joe wouldn't have agreed with me. Anyway, repairing the boiler.
Saw you notice in the boiler room. You should know Mr. Chance won't be coming back. I got no business being in there myself, but You can take a valve from the wine cellar if you wanna try to stop the steam pouring out. Be careful.
I'm Old Joe. Do I count? Are you? You're not Old Joe. You're Cal.
Dr. Elmore Lee Gray is DeSeto's chief doctor. Accounting and all administrative work is handled by me, Paul Waits. Magdalena Thompson, or Mags, is responsible for the household. Jean-Baptiste and Charlotte Tabois are responsible for keeping the guests' medical regimens in check. Finally, Jack Chance is our gardener, who can occasionally be seen in the conservatory, but is for the most part busy outside. There are currently 6 guests at DeSeto. Malcolm McCarthy and Ruth Tallant reside on the first floor. Jeremy Hartwood, Elisabetta Perosi, Grace Saunders, and of course, Cassandra Beauregard live on the second floor.
Okay. Room key number 6. But yeah, Nargakagabard, I hope you enjoy your time here. It's always fun seeing new folks in chat. Always fresh, never frozen. What the fuck am I talking about?
Cassandra Beauregard.
Oh, we got a lot of dialogue.
Very exciting, isn't it? What do you want to put down for reason for admission?
What her agent told us. Cassandra suffers from writer's block and needs to finish her moving picture script before the end of June. Mr. Chardot suggests Cassandra's heavy use of barbiturates is holding her back and risks ruining her career.
And how should we summarize her personal history?
Let's keep it short. Cassandra Beauregard is a beloved crime author who managed to pull herself out of poverty and into stardom. 5 years ago, she tried killing herself by jumping off a balcony. The incident left her a cripple and now relies heavily on her wheelchair.
And for diagnostic impressions?
Cassandra suffers chronic back pain following her suicide attempt. She self-administers morphine to keep herself ambulant, but has become addicted and the desired effect is now lost. The drug abuse clouds her mind, and she is unable to focus on real life. To save herself from this insight, she instead makes up stories to fill out the gaps in her own thought process, resembling the Korsakoff syndrome.
Oh, bravo, Doctor. How will you treat her?
First of all, she needs to be weaned from her drug addiction, and hopefully it will resolve her compulsive lying. Then look into permanently numbing her pain in her back through surgery. Finally, deal with her suicidal thoughts.
Fantastic. With such a short time before June, I really hope she gets better soon.
We will do what we can.
This reminds me that I recently picked up a new book that I've started reading. I started reading Pines, the first book in the Wayward Pines trilogy. I'm hoping to get a good chunk of the way through the book before the next Team Capital stream for Bayonetta Origins, because I know B of Team Capital, good friend of the stream B, mentioned that they had also picked the book up, because I had brought it up to them because I had read that it was pretty heavily inspired by Twin Peaks, and we're both pretty big Twin Peaks fans. So I was just like, hey, I heard about this book, heard it was good, thought you might be interested in it. I'm interested in it. I want to get it. So I'm a little way. How far into it? I'm not very far into it. I'm about a little over 35 pages in. But the opening really grabbed me, with the main character working his way through a brief bout of amnesia that he got after getting a pretty major concussion. He doesn't have amnesia anymore. Potentially. I don't know how this is all going to play out exactly, but it was neat seeing the way that the author wrote him kind of like working through his memory loss as a puzzle. It was a strong start.
Grace Saunders, 11 years old. Reason for admission?
The mother insists on strict supervision by a proper gentleman to avoid further perversion of Grace's adolescence.
personal history?
Grace's family possesses modest wealth and status. Her childhood seems ordinary, spending most of her time with private teachers and family friends. Grace's father recently passed away, leaving her mother the sole caregiver.
Passed away, he says.
And diagnostic impressions?
Grace has trouble dealing with her father's death. She is willingly suppressing her feelings on the matter and isn't properly acknowledging the trauma she suffered.
Any planned treatment?
Grace needs nothing out of the ordinary. She simply needs parental guidance. Eventually, we can work on her feelings toward her father.
Thank you, Doctor. I'll finish the paperwork and get her installed.
You know, you use TurboTax once for taxes and then swear off it for the foreseeable future, but they don't stop fucking getting on your case.
Malcolm McCarthy, 54 years of age. Reason for admission?
McCarthy admitted himself to Derceto, stating simply that he needs some damn rest.
And personal history?
McCarthy claims he used to work as a lawyer in Baton Rouge, but says he can't go into details because of some legal dispute. His background remains largely a mystery, except for the occasional clue that he drops in conversation.
Huh. And diagnostic impressions?
McCarthy is an anxious man and an alcoholic. He often tells half-truths due to some deep-seated inability to trust other people.
And how will you treat that?
McCarthy will take some time to open up. Spending time with Jack's dog or the child should be good for him. Their harmless nature will help build his sense of trust.
Thank you, Doctor.
Now, McCarthy and Grace showed up a lot in Carnby's story because Grace was pretty distinctly tied to Carnby's background, and his attitude towards McCarthy was kind of like he reminded him too much of himself, so he didn't really like him at all. So I'm wondering if one of the other characters will maybe play a bigger role in Emily's, or if there is some connection to Emily's past that these characters have. Potentially, that will lead to her ending up in sort of like the same places. Oh, this is the other thing. Beauregard and Perosi, by the time we found or met either of them in Carnby's story, they were both already dead. So, as was Waits. So, I'm wondering, I mentioned this earlier, but I'm wondering if we're going to be seeing any of them alive ahead of time. Especially because, if I recall correctly, when we were playing through Carnby, all of the living characters showed up at that scene where Carnby and Emily show up in the house, like, at the beginning. But this time around, it was just Grace and McCarthy. So, interested to see how things play, if things play out differently.
Elisabetta Perosi, 33 years old? What should I put down as reason for admission?
Well, Perosi broke into Derceto and was found wandering the grand parlor. She was confused and suffered partial amnesia. She insisted she belonged here and offered to pay for her stay.
Right. What do you make of her story?
Perosi claims to have been a member of the Astarte artist colony some 20 years ago, a claim that seems contrafactual due to her young age. She looks to be and even thinks she is 33 years of age. That would make her a child at the time. It seems fair to say that Perosi's story is untrue, deliberately so or not.
Diagnostic impressions? Do you have anything?
Perosi's story is peculiar because she retracted her story about the artist colony. She no longer claims to be the same person as Elisabetta Perosi. However, my staff's research has confirmed there was a Perosi at that time who was in her early 30s.
I suppose this case will take some time to investigate. How will you go about it?
I wanted to contact the real Perosi, but it seems the whole colony disappeared one night. September 29th, 1915, during a hurricane. I will have to take it slow and figure out what this spell of impersonation could have been.
Oh, I'm sure it will all clear up eventually. Thank you, Doctor.
We also didn't really get a chance. The Carnby story didn't really delve into the Astarte artist colony stuff a whole lot. So that's another thing that I'm kind of interested to see if Elizabeth's story goes into it at all.
Ruth Talon, 29 years of age. Reason for admission?
Ruth's father wishes that his daughter be removed from New Orleans nightlife for the foreseeable future. He fears that her overly free spirit is tarnishing the family's reputation.
Sounds simple enough. Personal history?
Ruth comes from considerable wealth. Her family owns several hotels and restaurants. Unlike the rest of the family, her sense of adventure has taken her around the world, including France during the Great War as a photojournalist. The last decade, she has provoked many rumors of being a debauched flapper, bordering on nymphomania.
And diagnostic impression?
Despite her father's frivolous reasons for her to be admitted, Ruth does seem to provide an interesting case. She is refreshingly open and doesn't shy away from talking about her life during the war or her continuous celebration after returning to the States. She is admittedly a sexual deviant and feels no remorse.
And her treatment plan?
Simply staying at Derceto should do wonders for Ruth. If not, at least for her family's reputation. Ruth doesn't need to change, but with therapy I might be able to share with her some sympathy towards her family. I doubt she will settle down and become as dull as the rest of them, but at least she might try to be more discreet in the future.
Ruth Talon fucks hard and puts him away wet. Anyway, let's continue.
Interesting. It's all the patient files except for Jeremy's.
Very odd. Oh, I should probably...
Despite making a fool of herself in front of Dr. Gray and Detective Carnby, Emily felt surprisingly invigorated. She felt absolutely sure that it was her manipulation of the talisman that had brought her back to Derceto. Jeremy mentioned 2 items in his commonplace book that somehow connected him to 2 more dreams, or whatever they should be called. If Jeremy had 2 more worlds open to him, then maybe he would hide there if he was scared. Or maybe he found a way to Tarawea, the place Jeremy so desperately wanted to visit. Excited to follow up on her clues, Emily set out to find the old clock and the boiler.
Okay, so we already got the lanyap that gets us the shotgun. So as soon as we go into the small parlor, we should be able to just pick it up. There is an item here. Investigate what Perosi knows. What was... Hold on. Patient files. I think it was in chapter 1, actually. No? Wait, hold on. No. Oh, here we go. Patient directory. Yeah. Room 6 is Elisabetta Perosi's room. Maybe we'll find her alive. I'm making all of these assumptions. I don't know if any of this is going to be true. This may just end up being the exact same story as the original.
I need the key.
Just as, like... But, like, with Emily in the driver's seat, as it were. Alright, so that's locked. The pizza. Oh, we could go to the library. Yeah, let's go there. Let's go to the library first. Because that's where we're going to get to the small parlor, and that's where the... Shut the fuck up. The library is going to be... the small parlor is where we're going to be able to get the shotgun. So let's hit up that pizza. I am already sprinting. What the fuck was that noise? Oh, hey. The ladder's down there. Neat. Try the keys you got from Batiste. You mean Batiste's keys? Whoa. You weren't here the first time through. I hope I'm remembering the first run of this correctly. I'm gonna be embarrassed if, like, I make all these observations and I'm just
Good evening, Miss Hartwood.
completely wrong
That
on all
is your
accounts.
name, isn't it? I would be terribly embarrassed if it wasn't.
You're right. Emily Hartwood, Jeremy's niece. Nice to meet you.
Ruth Talon.
Ah, I hear you fuck hard and put him away wet. Oh, she's hitting on me.
Is that Perique you're smoking? How terribly quaint.
Maybe so, but I like it.
Would you care to share some? That smell is making me feel very nostalgic.
Calamity, where are you trying to go? Oh, she's ready for that Emily.
Is it all that you hope for?
I enjoy your light mockery, Miss Hartwood. I can tell we would make great friends.
How flattering. Too bad you're locked up in this place.
Your insincerity is really refreshing. I wish you were mad as I am. Then you could stay.
Give it a few years and I might just be. Lunacy is one of my family's few privileges.
Oh, good. I'll be looking forward to it.
They're flirting.
You don't know anything about what happened to Jeremy, do you?
Everyone here is really strange, and it's hard to know what to make of anything you hear. Occasionally, it sounds quite exciting, though. Good versus evil and all that. I'm sorry, but I don't think I have anything useful to share.
It doesn't matter. Thank you for the much-needed break.
Bon voyage.
Enchanté. Hong hong hong. Escargot. Why are we holding on this shot so long?
Emily felt surprised by how much she enjoyed the company of Ruth. There was something familiar and friendly about her, like they were old friends that simply forgot about each other.
Best friends, gal pals, if you will. Perhaps they were roommates. And then they made out sloppy style. Anyway, what we got here? Lost Plantations of Louisiana.
Lost Plantations of Louisiana. Thierry Briclot, 1917. Derceto was a small plantation on the eastern shore of Lake Pontchartrain. The land was considered difficult for industry and was sold for only $30 to Elijah Pickford in 1818. Pickford employed hundreds of workers from nearby New Orleans to clear the woods and build a small plantation mansion facing the lake with a striking Greek Revival temple facade. Derceto kept a modest production of Perique tobacco and indigo that persisted up till the Civil War. During the antebellum era, Derceto was the source of many rumors concerning voodoo and witchcraft.
Rumors?
People who traveled the lake reported seeing people dance at night in front of bonfires, bleating
and whaling.
Sounds like a
On
good
June
time.
17th, 1862, Captain J.W. Norton of the Union Army recounts leading a raiding party from ships anchored in Lake Pontchartrain in order to seize control of Derceto and free the slaves working there. The captain was surprised to find the workers fighting back with unprecedented zeal. Norton's account describes these men and women as enraged with fanaticism. Pickford reportedly tried to placate the raiders, but was shot in the confusion. Captain Norton left the mansion burning and retreated to his ships with his men. Derceto was left in ruins for several decades. The ownership of the land was long disputed and returned to the Ledoux family in 1901. Several police reports were filed during the following years as the Ledoux tried to get rid of a camp of squatters on their land. The police made several visits to remove the trespassers, but the people kept returning. On November 1st, 1907, Inspector Leras of the police charged a deadly attack in order to save several children kidnapped by the squatters. Many were killed, and even more were jailed. The following year, Ledoux rebuilt Derceto, incorporating the surviving stone foundation and adding a magnificent wrought iron conservatory. The farmland had been reclaimed by the surrounding woods, so it was no longer profitable to use as a plantation. Instead, the house was turned into an artist's colony. The Astarte Artist Colony was a successful group of artists, including figures such as painter Heinrich Cassel and poet Nora Keith. The group was also known for their beloved Mardi Gras crew called the Pirates of Pontchartrain. On September 29, 1915, a tropical hurricane tore through Louisiana, causing Lake Pontchartrain to flood New Orleans. Due to the remote location of Derceto, it took almost 2 weeks for outsiders to learn that the artist's colony was abandoned. The 12 residing artists had all vanished without a trace. The empty mansion of Derceto still stands on the shore of Lake Pontchartrain, with much of its temple facade intact. The Ledoux family currently has no intention of repairing the house.
Damn, wild. This was circa, what was it? 1917? Yeah, alright. I zoned out for most of that. That was a lot of text that was on screen, and I got intimidated. Hey girl, hey.
Are you reading anything good?
A Brightness from Afar by Lord Boleskine. It's actually not bad.
Neat. Hey girl, hey?
Do you know where Detective Carnby is?
Oh, you don't need him. You're doing fine.
Oh, thank you.
I should probably go.
Until next time, chérie.
Oh yeah, she wants me. Alright, let's, small parlor. Aggressively gay. Oh, God. Fuck.
What is going on?
What the? Oh yeah, I remember this happening. Oh, this must have been... This is when they burnt the place down. In the book we just read. Something missing. Remember the book we just read mentioned that, like, oh yeah, they burnt down Derceto because it was fucking weird. Boat cutter. I probably should have grabbed the gun first. I'll be sure to do so. Chunk. Huh.
Everything's back to normal.
For whatever that's worth. Taking
Now
this.
this'll come in handy.
Shotgun. I'm looking forward to eventually looking into, like, what other, like, special shit or, like, unlockables are in this game once I have, like, finished it. Okay, is the tree gonna whisper at me this time? Nope, tree whispers are exclusive to Mr. Combi. Mr. Combi. Oh, hey, you. Ma'am?
What are you doing sneaking around? You almost scared me to death.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to disturb your ritual. I wouldn't have guessed voodoo was in practice at a place like this.
The doctor may be all about science, but I know these roots have power.
You know what's going on here? I have a feeling Derceto is cursed.
There are several players with stakes in this game. Derceto isn't cursed or blessed.
Well, I'm convinced.
It's a battleground. And it would all be a lot better if you could get your uncle out sooner than later.
That's all I'm trying to do.
I wish you the best of luck, Miss Hartwood.
I'm literally
I really
trying.
mean that. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to look after my gumbo.
Her gumbo. I had some gumbo recently. It's pretty good. I wish I could eat gumbo. Are you not allowed to eat gumbo? Do you have a gumbo
What's that?
intolerance?
It's another piece of broken plate.
Damn. Gombo deficient roux made with wheat flour. Yes. Ah. I see.
It worked.
Why did that... What was that fucking horror sting?
Now what's this?
That's what we in the business call a hose, Emily. Alright, now I gotta just turn it on. Where's this thing? Here we go. Hi, kitty. Mysterious Barrel Cat is my favorite Alone in the Dark character. Here we go! Here we go! My OneDrive space is running low. It just means I have less than 20% of space on my OneDrive. I do maybe need to clear some stuff out. What a mysterious barrel, Jogo. So if I recall correctly, this is one that goes to the clock. All right. Ah. Startle. Oh, she's gone. I wanted to flirt with her more. This sucks. Hate this place. What?
It's locked.
Oh, okay. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Ugh. Ah, ooh, fire. Ah, ooh, pickaxe. Shotgun shells. Pickaxe. Banning. I want to leave. Oh. Wow, I look fucking haggard.
It wasn't so bad.
Yeah? You sure? Oh my goodness. Lady, you are scorched. What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, she's looking better. Good God. Alright. Okay. Go upstairs, maybe? Anything I can do up here? That's wedged shut. It's Dr. Gray's apartment. We can't get in there yet. Oh, I could have just come up this way, huh? Can't go that way. Let's see. Sorry, I'm just looking at stuff. Alright, so that's immediately to my right. Can't really do anything with the clerk's office. Let's go upstairs. Oh, do we have
The
anything? Oh,
housekeeper buried something in the flower patch beneath one of Dr. Gray's windows. She was singing in some Creole language, performing a peculiar bourgeois voodoo ritual. Certainly not an unfamiliar sight in the French Quarter, but voodoo had never felt this bitter to Emily.
fucking peculiar bourgeois voodoo ritual. She's out here fucking gentrifying voodoo. Okay, there's the setting room. Ooh. Art. I'm not gonna touch that thing.
What's that stain? Looks like some kind of rot.
It looks like gross.
I need the key.
Damn. I don't have the key. Let's see if we can't track down Perosi. Nope, blocked. Jeremy's room.
All back to normal.
Anything new to pick up here? Emily is here.
Emily's here.
Damn, you said it. There she is. Grace is a pretty good artist, actually. Do you think she takes commissions? Hey, Grace, do you think you could draw my persona? What do we think Emily Hartwood's persona would be? I imagine some kind of a cat. She seems like the kind of person that would, like, get into the furry fandom through, like, Black Sad or something. And that would end up being, like, inextricably tied to her overall, identity within the fandom. Dog, you think? I don't know. I don't know that I agree with that. Oh, but oh, oh no, oh, oh shit, oh no, that's not supposed to look like that. Oh no, Emily, are you gonna? You're not even pointing it forward. How are you gonna fire in the bunch? Oh no. Video games are incredible. Knock knock.
Strange but beautiful room.
It's just gonna stay like that, huh? Alright. I must return.
I did it. I crossed the thresholds to my intended destination without a focusing device. My talisman now knows these roads, and I have no need for the plates. I can find my way to Lafayette as easy as I find my own room. I visited the grave of my father and seen the oven waiting for me. Thank you for opening these doors. I now must summon my courage and go back to that hateful mound outside the oil rig. I hope you'll be feeling better when I return. Jeremy.
I come back. How the hell did you fuck up reloading the shotgun? Well, we were talking about what we think Emily Hartwood's persona would be. And then I remembered, oh, right, I got more ammo for the shotgun. I should probably load that up. And then I did so, and now here we are? Question mark?
Will I need to remember how to get them out again? They are locked up for good reason. I am sure she is still able to whisper the answer in the ears of the wrong people. But not for long. I will see her burned soon enough. That black goat will be sacrificed to put an end to it all. Then it will all be over. No more Terceto, and sadly, no Astarte. Those good pirates of Pontchartrain. May you still sail the lake, until you find the shores of Hali.
Are these zodiac signs? There's some aggressive-looking rot on these paintings.
Argus, Mosig, Keith.
The Astarte Artist Colony. I'm pretty sure they had a Mardi Gras crew called the Pirates of Pontchartrain when I was a child.
Two, 294? 294? 294. And then, Pisces, Libra, Taurus. Pisces, Libra, Taurus. Okay. What the fuck is the Libra symbol again? Right. Terezi. Happy Homestuck Day again, okay? By the way, just so everybody knows. Happy Homestuck Day. Pisces. Libra. Taurus.
Here we go.
Da 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 da. Oh, ooh. Oh, that doesn't look right. Okay, shotgun's back to normal. Thank goodness. Alright, is that everything in here? Yeah, it is. Okay, cool. Ah. Piss. Ugh. Ow. Ah, disgusting. No more green. sip.
Suddenly, Jeremy's bleak dreamscape devoured Emily, drowning her in dread and darkness, only to moments later spit her out again. What had happened, and why? Was that her doing, or did someone else make it so? The simple astrology cipher was a favorite among the artists who lived in the house 20 years ago. They easily turned into numbers when needed, but also acted as signatures for the members, as there were only 12 of them.
I don't understand what's happening.
I wouldn't worry about it. I don't understand what's happening. I don't get it. I don't get it. It's weird. Guys, this is weird. To the pizza. There's a thing here about finding the boiler, and we can't do anything with the boiler right now. But I would like it if I could just cross that off, you know? Just be like, hey, I found the boiler. I know what the deal is. Hello.
You know, Mr. Waits, I saw a piece of the plate that Liza broke. I think she's been hiding them. She's not very good at it. She just chucked it into the little room with all the tools behind the boiler. I left it there. I didn't want to embarrass her by picking it up while she was looking. We went upstairs instead and played backgammon. I let her win, because she's so unhappy. The piece looked like the one on display in Cassandra's room. You know about that one already, right? Or is your eyesight really that fuzzy? I hope you don't feel bad about your glasses. You only look stupid when you squint. Maybe if you had more eyes, you would see these things. I wish you had all the eyes you needed. Your best and favorite guest, Grace.
Grace, that's very sweet of you. That is an extremely weird thing to say to somebody.
It's another one of those plates for the talisman. It's also broken and missing some pieces.
I don't think we can do the boiler right now. Like, I'm reasonably certain that is a for sure thing that we cannot do is fix the boiler at this time. Damn. Can't get into the kitchen. I think we have to go to the wine cellar for that, don't we? We don't have the key for that.
I need the key.
I need the key. Is this all? Yeah, it's all part of it, so. Can you boil things like shrimp? No. Hard no. There will be no shrimp boil. So I think this means that our only option right now is... Our only option right now is the clock. So we will go do the clock and go check out that hateful mound. Me and the boys getting fucked up at the hateful mound. Come to the hateful mound in the next 20 minutes if you want an ass kicking. You ain't never seen a mound this hateful.
This looks like the thing that held the talisman in the French Quarter, but it's broken and missing some pieces.
Batinga.
I think I've seen this somewhere.
Okay, hold up. Rotate. Right? No, it's not right. Hold up. Yeah. No.
There was something in Jeremy's notebook about this.
There was, but give me a second. No, that's not right. Okay, kind of. No, that's correct. Okay. This is right. Hold on. No. Is that right? Is that correct? Oh, there we go. I figured it out.
Did it break? The clock just stopped.
Okay, little one's 3. Medium one is 4. Big one's 6. Big one... 6... 4... 3.
It's showing me something. That's just the hallway outside Jeremy's room, isn't it?
I believe so. Hateful mound, hateful mound, hateful, hateful mound. Yeah, all right.
Emily deserved a sense of triumph, but she was too on edge to appreciate her success. There was no reasonable explanation why the talisman let her open up this other world. Was this really happening? Or was this somehow all in her mind? There was no time to question her own sanity. She had to find Jeremy. If he was here, she thought, would she find Jeremy in the hateful mound?
The hateful mound.
The old clock was an intricate machine with eccentric astronomic motifs, but nothing appeared particularly unusual to Emily. But then she discovered a large decorative plate that reminded her of Miss Jackson's ritual bench, where she had configured the talisman to open the door back to Deseto. The clock's plate had unfortunately been sabotaged, but if she could piece the plate back together, she figured she would be able to repeat the procedure and maybe open up to another world.
I just think calling the place, the location, the fucking hateful mound is so funny. Maybe one of the funniest things in this game. Just having a place called the hateful mound. Dope.
I did it. I opened up another dream.
Dudes will say, I know a place, and then they take you to the hateful mound. Huh? Nothing. Huh? What? Me when I'm huh? I'm what? I don't want to go over there yet. I want to go in here. Oil rig report.
May 1923. Monday. All okay. Ready for delivery. Maintenance. Oil pump must be serviced. Any tampering causes large spills unless properly forestalled.
Tuesday. Shipment delayed but delivered. Maintenance. Service bridge close to broken. Wednesday. Prospectors reluctantly agreed to show the burial mound to Mr. Hartwood, a painter, who read about our finds in the papers. He means to return tomorrow and try to find a way inside. Thursday. Mr. Hartwood's efforts delayed. The workers seemed nervous about his presence. Hartwood promised not to return to the compound. Instead, he has taken up an offer by L'Officier, the riverboat captain, who means to pilot him to the site tomorrow morning. Hopefully, that's the end, and work can resume. Maintenance. Bridge from the oil tower to the bayou has collapsed. Sabotage suspected.
This is the devil that guides us now.
Yeah, alright.
I need the key.
Nothing in here. Ammo Nation. Nothing. Huh? What? Even huh? What? What's unfortunate about these, like, manifestations is that there's no maps for them. So you can't be 100% certain whether you have actually, like, finished exploring a particular room and found everything that you need to in it. Need/want to. Okay. Is that something I can climb? Hold on. No. In this skirt? You kidding? Is that a brick? That's a brick! Alright. It's fucking awesome. Love a brick.
Locked.
Still have the pickaxe. Fucking sick. What was that noise? Don't do that. Ugh. Ah, the jetty key. The Ketty G. The Kenny G? Tenor sax? You could slide it open completely. There's nothing fucking stopping you. I don't know. There's something about, like... I gotta be honest. I think this might be one of my favorite survival horror games released recently. There's something about how it's not totally perfect that I kind of like. Like, I'm not trying to say that, like, every single horror game that's been released recently has been, like, completely flawless. But there's something about... It's like, this is a really good 7 out of 10, you know? In terms of, like, how I would expect this game to be rated by, like... Oh. Dudes out there. In terms of how I would expect this game to be rated by, like, a video game magazine reviewer, like, this is a real... There is something compelling about a solid 7 out of 10 game, and I would definitely say that this is one of those, and I mean that in the most complimentary way possible. It looks like it's really clunky and annoying to control, and that's a good thing. Yeah, more or less. It's not super clunky or anything. It's not unreasonable to control or anything like that. But it's just, there's something compelling about, like, its aesthetic, its progression, just everything about it. I'm enjoying quite a bit. Oh, fuck.
It worked.
Like, there's a level at which that, like, if I felt like this game took itself even a bit more seriously than it actually does, I don't think I would find it quite as compelling. Like, it's goofy, and it knows that it's goofy, and it doesn't shy away from that. And I feel like that works, like, pretty aggressively in its favor. I'm gonna take this pipe. I'm gonna take this drink. Full up on drinks. I'm full up on health, so I'm good. This is not trying to be anything more than it is, leaning genuinely into just being itself. Yeah. Like, it's kind of got... Oh. I hope there wasn't anything I was forgetting in there. Oh, God. It has familiar trappings to, like, you know, everything with, like, the recent trend of classic horror remakes. But at the same time, like... Oh. It is really just kind of, like... It's not trying to go full Resident Evil, I guess is what I'm saying. Like, for comparison, like, I love Alan Wake 2. I do. Alan Wake 2 is everything I could have possibly wanted out of a sequel to Alan Wake, and it was by far one of my favorite games of 2023. Alan Wake 2 sort of feels like it's trying too hard to be Resident Evil at times, and I think that works against it. Did I just get stuck again? No, I'm fine. Okay, good. And I mean, Resident Evil is Resident Evil, so, like, it's allowed to be Resident Evil. But yeah, like, it's a 7 out of 10, parentheses, complimentary. Affectionate. I'm gonna take that fucking shovel, actually. Or... Resident Evil feels like it's trying to be the best survival horror game out there. And I mean...
I can break this, I just need something to hit it with.
Oh, fuck. And I mean, to be fair, it is. Like, I do not begrudge Resident Evil being Resident Evil. I'm going to sneeze. No, I'm not? Am I? No, I'm not. Okay. I don't begrudge Resident Evil trying to be Resident Evil. I mean, it's Resident Evil. It's allowed to be Resident Evil. It's just when other games are trying so desperately to be Resident Evil, it gets to be a bit much, you know? So I like Alone in the Dark just kind of being its own thing. Not necessarily feeling like it's trying to be Resident Evil. At least not in tone. Sometimes in, like... mechanically. I hope I'm making any kind of sense at all. Because Lord knows, I'm just fucking saying things. And hoping that I sound even remotely coherent. It's a good game and I'm enjoying myself, is what I'm trying to say. It's a good game, I'm enjoying myself. I would recommend this to others. I haven't found any of the other items in the Lagniaps yet. But I've also so far only gone to locations that I've already been to with Carnby. I haven't gone to any sort of like Emily specific locations yet. Ooh. Full-on pistol bullets, huh? We'll see about that. Ow! Wow, he just fucking rushed me, huh? Now who's full on pistol bullets? I got 4 for my troubles. Let's see what we can do here. Do these guys track by sight or sound? Oh! Doesn't matter. Woo! Track by sight or sound? The answer, who fucking cares? let's continue. Take that.
Damn it, there has to be a way to get to the other side.
Yeah, we kill everybody in the room. Knock, knock, motherfucker. You think I won't set myself on fire to take you down? Bold of you to assume. I've seen Sisu. I am Emily motherfucking Hartwood. Oh shit. Certified badass Emily fucking Hartwood. Oh.
Now what?
Well, you know. Tough cloth.
Just don't look down, Emily.
She's so proud of herself. Alright, now this is where that big fuck off beastie was hanging out. Now, I thought that at some point we were going to have to fight that thing as like a boss or something like that, but then we didn't. Oh.
How is that?
And we're gonna sneak now. Because I don't know if this is like a scripted thing or if this is like a very much a gameplay sequence or what. But at the end of this road, once we get to the Hateful Mound, we should find Lottie again. And I'm going to be very interested in seeing how Lottie and Emily react to each other.
It's the hateful mound Jeremy mentioned in his book.
Well, this mound doesn't seem particularly hateful. Like, there's some hateful structures around it, perhaps. But, like, it seems like a regular-ass mound.
Jeremy, you dropped your...
Mrs. Marcus?
Get off of me!
What are you doing here?
Wow, both
Trying to
siblings
find
attempted
my
to kill
uncle.
us
Jeremy is your uncle?
Could you please?
and had the same basic
Thank you.
conversation.
And it's Miss Hartwood.
You don't remember me?
I remember you, Mr. Bois. I met your brother Baptiste earlier.
I suppose he hadn't found Jeremy either then. We spread out to find him.
Can I have this? I'm trying to get to Tarawea.
Hey, can I have this?
Fine, believe the rest. I just want Jeremy to come looking. We have to leave before it comes inside.
What? Where?
Come quick.
Uh-oh.
Oh, God damn my soul.
God damn my soul, Herc was on a roll.
I'm back at Derceto.
Palette knife. Hell yeah. Reflections on the Power of the Verb in Certain Texts by Juan Luis Jorge.
Reflections on the Power of the Verb in Certain Texts by Juan Luis Jorge. To act is in itself divine. Even the slightest movement of our hand is evidence of our soul in motion. Yet our free will is so easily overwhelmed by the dullness of everyday life. Our actions become rote and rigid, in spite of luxury and comfort. True divinity is found in the choice of leaving the stage where we all perform. People who discover this freedom unexpectedly will be struck by the terror of this revelation and become paralyzed, or worse, turn to suicide. However, if you are able to weather that storm, you will discover that there is a divine path beyond that fear. There is a chance to dismount your destiny and make something new. Something that hasn't been planned for or predestined. There is difficulty in explaining this type of acting as it transcends our everyday choices. This isn't some banal decision choosing one career over the other, or even who I should marry. Leaving the stage, no matter how, isn't a matter of course correction. It's a rejection of the story that the creator is telling.
Nito Bandito. Sitting room key. Fucking sick.
The dream of the grave under the cheniere suddenly vanished, and Emily found herself back at Derceto. Instead of Jeremy, she found Lottie, who, just like her brother Baptiste, reminded her of John, who died so bravely in the war. She pushed her painful memories out of her mind and returned to her investigation. She still needed to figure out what to do with the boiler.
Right. John Marcus. So had they gotten like straight up married? Because both Baptiste and Lottie called her Mrs. Marcus. So I assume she had gotten like straight up married at some point. All right, well, we can get into the drawing room now.
It's wet shut. It worked.
Okay, cool. New area. What will we find?
I don't have everything I need.
There's the telescope. Barlow lens instructions.
The Barlow lens. Instructions. To double the magnification of your telescope, simply fit this Barlow lens to your instrument. Then operate the fine-tuners to adjust the distance between your lenses. This is easily done while looking through your eyepiece. Simply search for a position where your picture is clear and appears flat. When correctly tuned, Your telescope should present a clear picture with magnificent magnification.
I will say, I think I'm enjoying Emily as the main character just a little bit more than Carnby, because, like, on one hand, like, Carnby's a private investigator, like, and I've seen, like, enough detective fiction to, like, know that, like, the PI getting it, like, rough and tumble, like, that's pretty standard. But, like, Emily's just just some lady, you know? And she's doing all this same shit, and it's, like, kind of funny. Like, I made the joke, certified badass Emily Hartwood, and it's just like, no, as I play through more of this, I'm kind of coming around to it. Like, I like the idea that me accidentally setting myself on fire twice is, in the context of the game, her doing it on purpose. To fend off monsters. Because monsters can't attack you if you set yourself on fire. What are they gonna fucking do? Get shit on, idiots. Alright, so we got the sitting room key. Ooh. We can get into this door up here.
It's wet shut. It worked.
Get to the mezzanine. Da-da-da-da. By the way, you heard about a former Blizzard exec suggesting they introduced tipping culture to buying a game. I did. That's a terrible idea. And he's an idiot for suggesting it. I don't know a whole lot about the general opinions of specific employees within Blizzard, generally speaking, except for, you know, the one guy that made it so that they had to change the name of one of the Overwatch heroes. Hell, I play a lot of Final Fantasy XIV. I barely know who in Creative Business Unit 3 I'm not supposed to like. But luckily for me, I have a good friend of mine who is an avid WoW player, World of Warcraft, who is more than happy to express their very honest, very frank opinion on any dumbass Blizzard exec that opens their fucking mouth on Twitter. So I don't have to worry about, like, looking stuff up myself. I just have to wait to see, hey, what does this person think? And there you go. No, Cal, you see, it's checks notes. Giving the people who make your games a little extra something because it's just that spatial. Raising the price of the game, but not saying they're raising the price of the game. Nah, it's just you like their product. You want them to have a little walking around money. You dig? What's in here? Hello? Okay, see, Ruth Talon was here when we came through with Carnby before. And we had, like, a whole cutscene with her. And I don't recall if she wanted the Carnussi or not. But she definitely wanted the Hartwussy. What's this? Oh, this is just back here. Okay. But yeah, no, like, his suggestion was just like, You know, sometimes I play a game and it feels like it's worth more than the asking price. So sometimes I feel like I want to tip the developers another $10 to $20, and it's just like, okay, look, if by some happenstance we ended up introducing like some kind of like tipping culture to video games. One, tipping culture in its like natural state as like a function of the food service industry sucks already. Like right out the gate. It's maybe the worst thing that's come out of both like food service and the gig economy, because it means that like the people running those will pay the people working for them less, because the assumption is that they're going to get tips that will make up the difference. So right out the gate, terrible fucking idea. And second, you know that with the way that like financial distribution already fucking works in the video game industry, the CEOs running these studios are 100% going to figure out a way to funnel most of that into their pockets. And the fucking developers, like, again, here's the thing. Okay. Back in 2010, I won a contest that let me visit the studio of Remedy Games in Finland. Great trip. Helsinki's a beautiful city. The guys at Remedy Games were really nice. And as I will take every opportunity to mention, it landed me a spot in the credits in the original version of Alan Wake. The folks at Remedy Games, when I spoke with them about like the process of game making, told me outright that most of the time video game development involves hiring a lot of contractors who are generally let go at the end of the development cycle. That is and has been standard practice for ever, pretty much. So you're talking about creating a tipping system for a development team that most of the people who worked on the game probably aren't even going to be working for the fucking company that you're tipping anymore. And as a former executive of Blizzard, he should fucking know that. So the only thing that I can assume is that he's a fucking shit-headed idiot who doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, which, you know, he's in an executive position at a video game company, so that's kind of a given. Like, listen, for all intents and purposes, I try my hardest not to be like leans back, pushes up my glasses, armchair developer mode or anything. But generally speaking, I feel like I've got a better handle on like what goes into game development than the fucking executive of a gaming company does in this day and age. Maybe not like the actual people who are like boots on the ground in the trenches and doing like, you know, the actual stuff that involves making the fucking game. But like somebody who's sitting in an office delegating other people to do work for him, yeah, I feel pretty confident saying I have a better handle on things than that guy. Either he doesn't know what he's talking about or he's trying to chum the water with an excuse to raise rates. Nah, fuck that. I'm pushing up the thickest of glasses for dumbass like ideas like this. I mean, full on slouch looking down my nose levels. Oh yeah. No, absolutely. But yeah, Cal, that's the other thing, is that there is like, look, we just entered the era of games being raised to $70, more or less. Like, there's still some holdouts. Remedy Games, again, God bless them. released Alan Wake 2 digitally because it was the only way they were going to be allowed to sell it for $60. Like, if they had released a physical copy of that game, they were basically going to be forced to sell it for $70. And like there's some situations where it hasn't been, like Princess Peach Showtime that Nintendo just released was only $60. Standard $60 game. And to see, like, if we assume that this guy isn't just a total fucking dumbass, which I find it hard to believe he's not, if we believe that this guy isn't just a total fucking dumbass, then yes, the only alternative is that he is, as you said, chumming the waters to prepare for another bump up to the average cost of a video game. Which, yeah, fuck him. We haven't even had time to acclimate to the $70 price point yet. Don't you dare fucking try to suggest raising it anymore, because $70 is already too much. There is no reason it should cost $70. The only reason it costs $70 is because the CEOs and executives of these companies, much like himself, are trying to funnel more money into their pockets. Because we already know that this money isn't going to the actual fucking developers themselves. Like, this is already well established, well researched, that no, the fucking developers aren't getting this money. What a weird noise. Like, at this point, I've talked about this before. At this point, the argument of, hey, we need to buy this game to support the developers isn't so much for the sake of, like, we need to buy this game so that the money goes to developers, because as I said, at this point, we know it doesn't. The argument is now, we need to buy this game to support the developers so that they don't get closed down by their parent company for not hitting sales expectations. Now, if you're talking about an indie developer, that's a different story. A lot of indie developers already have, like, Ko-fis and Patreons and Kickstarters that you can effectively tip them with. And, I mean, like, that's an entirely different situation altogether. But nobody needs to be out here, like, fucking flipping a quarter to goddamn Activision saying, like, hey, kid, I like your style, keep up the good work. Like, fuck off, actually.
I need the key.
Oh, hey, Grace. Beautiful. So are you just gonna ignore her, or?
Do you teach piano as well?
Huh?
You're a governess. Did you teach those clawing Casino kids how to play the piano?
What?
How do you know about that?
Just because grown-ups don't notice children doesn't mean we don't notice you.
Yes. I taught them some piano.
Are you any good at it?
Not good enough to play a broken one.
It fell from the attic. Brought half the ceiling down.
It was Jeremy's fault, wasn't it?
Nobody knows what happened, but you're not wrong.
Grace, you got flags as red as your hair, I swear to God. Oh.
What are you doing?
You stabbed her in the butt!
I'm gonna go now. See you around.
I'm sure that won't have any unfortunate side effects or anything.
The prick of the syringe hadn't hurt as much as the humiliation of being played by that child. Emily just couldn't make any sense of her behavior. Grace seemed amused, but not mocking. Was this just her being playful? As her feelings subsided, a second thought appeared. She wouldn't have injected her with something, would she?
It's probably fine. There is a key over here. Oh, sick. Anything else in here? Seems like there should be. Where's that go? Oh, the dining room. I'll check that out in a moment. Nothing in that. Oh, here we go. No, that's everything. Alright, let's, she go through this door? Is this locked? It's blocked. Damn you, Grace, and your butt stabbings. Stabbed in the butt by the red-headed manifestation of my inner demons or something by Chuck Tingle.
There's more of that unsettling rot.
Hello.
On the commonplace of evil, there lies virtue and stark irreverence, careless thoughts of luminous indifference. But blame not the beast we once were, which science so often wished to refer. Not the wicked full of sin, it is you who stand and grin. All our good intentions aside, whereupon we build our pride. Sunless solitude, follow not this corrupting light. Prophets of confidence always crashes out of sight. Hear me, for we all bear this mark. Thus we must remain alone in the dark.
Alright. I feel like we found that note somewhere else last time, but I can't really remember for sure. Da 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 da. Bida bada bada bida. It's fucking evil out there. I know, but there's evil within too. I fucking love that. That's my favorite dumbass title drop in any video game ever. Fucking love Evil Within 2 so goddamn much. Dr. Jenkins lozenges. One of several medicines prescribed to the author Cassandra Beauregard. This particular bottle contains tablets said to relieve sore throats and contain 2 vital vitamins. Vital vitamin? What? That's weird. Why was that open? Why did it have me do that? What the fuck? I don't understand. Hold on, what do I have on? What do I have on me right now? I've got sitting room key and the cellar key. Sitting room is on the 2nd floor? Yeah. Wait, hold up. I don't think I can get over there from there. I think I need to... Yeah, I need to go across the pizza. Man, I hope Grace didn't inject me with something. I'm gonna feel real silly about that. Okay. Over there. A chunk.
Come on, Grace. I'm too tired for games. I'll even let you play with my jackknife.
What?
Oh, good evening. You haven't seen a little girl by any chance, have you?
Maybe.
I don't think so.
You would have known if you did. The only kid crazy enough to be in this place.
Obsessed with stabbing people in the butt, she is.
That would be a first. Always running around causing trouble. She's very hard to pin down, that one. You want a sip?
I'm good, thank you.
Well, I should be going then. Unless there's anything you need from me.
I just want to find my uncle before anything happens to him.
Oh, don't worry, miss. He'll show up. He is much too lily-livered to kill himself.
Why would he?
Thanks.
It's his greatest ambition, didn't you know? Take care now.
Cool, man. What an unpleasant interaction.
McCarthy moseyed off to continue his search for the little girl. Emily had meant to ask why he was looking for her, but decided against it, fearing that it would just prolong an already awkward scene.
I love that both Emily and
There's something missing.
Carnby seem to hate McCarthy. Just like, man, fuck this guy. All right, what we got here? What you got for me, Grace?
So this is Grace's room. Cute.
Got a bunch of creepy dolls. Cool, cool. Got the Jack in the Box again.
Don't you worry, Grace. Go play your game, bleat and bellow with the others. I won't be jealous. There will be more masquerades. However, I would love it if you would finish my mask for the feast. With love, Ruth.
Huh. All right. Collect 5 Jack in the Boxes to unlock forbidden knowledge. Yeah, okay. I've gotten 4 so far. It keeps respawning that fucking Jack in the Box every time I go back to that room. For whatever reason.
This must be the great Cassandra Beauregard's room. I'm not sure what I expected. Maybe something more extravagant?
Margrave liniment. One of several medicines prescribed to the author Cassandra Beauregard. This particular bottle contains an ointment for pain relief sold as the 4th version of the company's popular recipe. I don't know why I'm putting on this voice. Your medicine.
Miss Beauregard, I picked up your medicine at the post office today. As you understand, it needs to be administered by the orderlies for your safety. I've put the box in Lottie's room for now, and I'm sure she will find you as soon as possible. Mr. Waits.
Cool.
What's that?
What's that? Okay, as I recall... Oh!
Let's write this down.
Did that totally on accident. 257. That's Pisces, Gemini, Leo. Pisces, Gemini, Leo. All right.
I think I've seen this somewhere.
Gemini, Leo. Bingo, bango. Cool. That's everything in Cassandra's room. Oi, the water closet. Does not appear to be anything in here. Wait, no, don't close. Let me out.
The medicine bottles had stains of rot on the labels, suggesting some greater shape. They just needed to be put in the right order. But for what purpose?
Yeah. Some kind of fucking shit. Who cares? Okay. What else do I need to do? I need to go to the cellar. I believe... What's going to be my quickest? Quickest? Way to the cellar? I think I got to go back across the pizza. The oida quoisit. Alright, so I'm right next to the boiler room, so I want to go over here. I think the ones with the no crosses on it are ones that I'm never going to get open unless the game wants me to. Like, not even, like, with a key. Like, it would have to be something that's, like, opened up, like, in a cutscene. A Switch! I hear it has games. Yeah, I gotta turn that off. Oh, cool. Darkness.
This works too.
Imprisoning me. All that I see, absolute horror. Look at me, alone in the dark. I'm gonna shove this thing in my eye and then introduce Half-Life 1 to the world. I need to run through the shower, have fun while not dying. Thank you. I'm gonna try really hard. Ooh, shovel. Wait. Hello? Oh. Sip. So this should be where we find Mr. Waits.
Jeremy?
Well, Grace's wish for him to have as many eyes as he needs
Hell is that?
has come true. Sick.
What? There was a dead body in here. Did I just imagine that?
The body of Deseto's clerk transformed into some eye-clad abomination before he suddenly disappeared. Surely it was all in her head. A horrible vision planted by the Dark Man.
Yeah, see, I didn't realize that we were getting these until I think chapter 3. So I didn't even realize that there was something otherwise indicating that that was supposed to be Mr. Waits. So that's kind of fun. Alright, get that in there, that in there. Okay. Think. This shouldn't be too hard because it's just a matter of matching up the pieces of the picture. Some of these, in fact, are pretty easy once you determine, like, what chunk of the picture they're even supposed to be. Like, for example, that's super not fucking right. You there. Put you there. Like this bottom part, because of the rolling hills, pretty easy to determine. And then from there, it's just kind of like figuring out the tendrils of the sun, and then just kind of like fixing everything else you've got to be correct. Wait a minute. Hold on. Ah. There we go. It's not really a sun. It's more of a... Whoa! 975. It looks like. Oh, hold up. Other way, other way, other way, other way. Ba-ba-da-ba.
The talisman is showing another room. Something is open.
Huh? That's not where I am. That is decidedly not where I am in the house. So if I'm right, this ought to be the graveyard, I think? Yeah.
It worked. I'm in another one of Jeremy's dreams.
Emily stepped out into the humid night and found herself recognizing the Lafayette Cemetery. She hadn't been here for years, she thought, and in a way, she still hadn't returned. This was something not quite the same. Hoping she would soon get to see her uncle, she set off to find the chapel mentioned in his book.
All right. All right, let's see if we can't manage to find some things here. Again, so far we are retracing more or less the exact same steps that Carnby did. So unfortunately, that would probably mean that we're still only going to find Cassandra Beauregard dead locked behind a door in one of these tombs. There was a guy named Toombs in one of the Riddick movies, I'm pretty sure. Oh, right. He was introduced in Dark Fury and then was a major character in Chronicles of Riddick, I'm pretty sure. He was like the main bounty hunter in that one. Kind of a sleazeball, as I recall.
It's been a while since I visited the family tomb. I hope it's in a better state than the real world.
One can only hope. Now, I think when we found Cassandra Beauregard in Carnby's story, he didn't recognize her. So I'm wondering if possibly Emily would. Oh, brick? Go-Go Gadget Heavy Brick.
What? There's something missing.
Hollow door. Hey, I'm taking this. Dublesson.
What's this?
Pretty obviously it's Dublesson. Come on, Emily, keep up.
There we go.
Hell yeah. Sledgehammer. Girl, I wanna be you sledgehammer. The motherfucker put a PA top for their grave. Get over yourself. Oh! Certified badass Emily Hartwood once again sets herself on fire to give herself an edge over her enemy. It's like the third time I've done this stream. Woo! Alright, we need a few more reliefs.
It was the chapel where Jeremy had promised to mourn the mysterious Perosi. Maybe soon she would be able to talk to her uncle and have him end this madness. She just needed to find a way inside the chapel.
It looks like we're not going to get a chance to talk to Perosi either, which is unfortunate. Like, I'm a little bummed that the two stories don't seem to be diverging in, like, any sort of, like, particularly meaningful way. You know, once is an accident, twice is coincidence, 3 times you have a kink. I'll be honest, I did that last one on purpose. That is definitely shotgun ammo. It's not letting me pick it up. I forgot how much of a fucking maze this place is. Well, maybe not that much of a maze. Whoa! Haha! Hello. What do we have here? Ooh, pistol bullets. Nice. Take that. Come get me. Wait, is he coming to get me? Sir? Oh, there he is. Brick! Go, go, gadget, brick! Oh, sick, more pistol ammo. Thank you. I am rewarded for my recklessness. As is the way of this universe. Can he see me? That's a shovel. That's pistol bullets. Can't read what that says. Because there was a point where we met up with Emily and she was like, yeah, I think maybe there are a couple patients who are dead, as well as the clerk, Mr. Waits, which we had obviously at that point already seen, I believe, if I recall correctly at that point, we had seen Perosi dead, we had seen Beauregard dead, and we had seen Waits dead as well. So definitely not new information to us. Though it is obviously curious that Emily knew that. Hello, Silmar Wen T. Hello, how are you? I hope you're doing well. You doubling up streams with the Catpull stream? I know they're playing P3P right now. Okay, that one's open. This one's closed. That one's open. Wait, which direction did I come from? I came from that direction. I play P3P, so no, actually, in case I ever play P3 of any version. Fair enough. I'm going to be raiding into their stream, but I'm probably not going to stick around just because I also plan to stream P3P. Oh, crucifix. Dope. Actually did want that. But, you know, it's nice to help them boost their numbers. Crucifix! Power of Christ compels you! Good talk. There's more bullets there. I could just take those. I'm like hearing noises, but I don't know where they're coming from. Shotgun shells, okay. I'm gonna go back up. I don't know about this one. I have two options here. Oh, right. I'm supposed to collect something from both sides, aren't I? And then somebody busts out of the other one. What do we got here? It's a Molotov. Hello? The Omen. Ah! Oh, I can't actually hit that guy. Well, I just wasted that ammo. I'm gonna take the sledgehammer. As fun as beating dudes with the crucifix is, I don't think I want to do that. Oh, is it just a big circle? It is. Oh, God. Okay. By fire be cleansed! Brick! I would like to pick that up. Oh, shit! Okay, cool. Glad we could have this talk. Alright, there's not anything else for me to explore around here, is there? Doesn't seem like it. Guess I'll just continue. This seems fine. I do wonder when, if at all, there is going to be any sort of, like, hard diversion between the Carnby and Emily campaigns. I fucking love calling it a campaign. Gotta fit those in like a 2-disc Blu-ray steelbook. I had to, like, pop out. You know what fucking pisses me off? Okay. So I was rewatching the Matrix movies recently, and I found out that there is a character from the original Matrix trilogy, Agent Johnson, who's played by a dude who was in John Wick 1 and also the live-action TV series from the 90s, Mortal Kombat Conquest. He's like one of the main agents in Matrix Reloaded. I found out that he was supposed to have a cameo in Matrix Resurrections, but his scenes ended up getting cut. So I thought, ooh, I would like to see that actually. And I went onto my various digital media platforms to see if any of them, because a lot of times they'll also put up like special features for movies that you have. And I wanted to see if they maybe had some like deleted scenes for Matrix Resurrections. When I found out that they didn't, I thought to myself, oh, well, that's okay. I've got the 4K Blu-ray. I'll just pop that on and... Oh god, I remember what happens here. I keep seeing what are very clearly ammo boxes and... Nope. Yeah, we gotta leave. Excuse me. Excuse me. I am so happy I learned the dodge mechanic. But I have it on 4K Blu-ray because I still enjoy getting physical media. So generally when a movie comes out that I'm really excited for, I will usually get it on physical media. Even if they do like fucking put it on digital like 2 months prior to that, and it's just like I gotta sit there like, ooh. So I thought, okay, I'll go ahead, pop the Blu-ray in, and I will check out the special features on the Blu-ray. So I take out the 4K Blu-ray, which is the easiest disc for me to get out, and I've got devices that can play them, and I pop it into my Xbox, and I bring it up, and my god, it had the most bare-bones fucking menu with no special features. I'm just like, are you kidding me? Question mark? So I'm just like, but this is supposed to have like 2 hours of special features on it. Where the fuck are the special features? So I think to myself, there's no way they could have specifically put the special features on only the normal Blu-ray version of it, right? So I have to struggle to get the Blu-ray out of the case. Trying my darndest not to like bend the thing all to shit. And eventually I do manage to get it out, and I pop it in, and sure enough, there's a lot more effort put into the fucking menu of this Blu-ray than there was for the 4K Blu-ray. And two, yeah, all of the fucking special features were there. It's just like, okay, hold on. Like, what the fuck?
I made it out.
You sure did, Emily. It was just an exercise in fucking tedium. Oh god. Where am I? Am I going backwards? Is this backwards? Am I going backwards? Oh wait, no, this is...
Oh god.
Yeah, Cassandra Beauregard. No additional dialogue for that, I guess. We just found her. No notebook entry for the fact that we found the dead body of the woman who's writing these notebook entries as like a novel that Grace then used to put together fucking Ruth's paper mache mask. No additional dialogue or anything for that? No? Yeah, okay. Sure. Why not? Why would there be? Hold on. Okay. I know where we came from. Alright. Cool. I see. I think like this, and like that. There we go. Perfect. There's Perosi, also still dead. No additional information on any of these characters who were also dead in Carnby's campaign, which is a little disappointing, if I have to admit.
Emily, is that you?
Oh, hey, man.
Jeremy.
What are you doing here?
Oh, you know.
You sounded so miserable in your letter. I've come to take you away from here.
I can't believe I made such a foolish mistake. All I wanted was for you to stay away.
What do you mean?
I bargained with the Dark Man. A pact to keep New Orleans safe with my own life as tribute.
The Dark Man isn't real, Jeremy. There's nothing he can do to hurt you.
How do you think any of this is happening?
That's a good point.
Why do you still not trust my words?
Fine. Then let me help.
Don't be foolish. He will bury you next to me in his sunken temple for an eternity.
I don't care. I'll find a way. I have my own talisman, and I know about Tarawea.
Oh, wait, don't speak.
Who's in here? Show yourself.
You know who, Emily. He took your grandfather.
No, I mean it. Who's in here? I can feel someone's in here.
Evelyn!
Tarawea. Why do you want to go there, Jeremy?
I'm going to be honest, I was looking away from the screen for whatever it was that just happened. My everything.
I've seen so many strange occurrences lately. Memories explode into existence and then burn out like tired glass bulb filaments. Dreamscapes crash down from the stars and sink into the sea. Doors that lead to nowhere and absolutely everywhere at once. With all this reverie, I want to think there's a chance that you found a way to remain alive in some way I cannot fathom. Just like I've learned to navigate with my talisman, maybe you, with all your knowledge, you somehow knew a way to find me again, perhaps in Tarawea. Oh, my love, Jeremy.
Because, like, because here's the thing. We still don't know what the fuck was up with either Cassandra Beauregard or Elisabetta Perosi. Like, Cassandra Beauregard is pretty clearly writing the story that's showing up in our notebook that's explaining the details of the plot as they're happening. And the implication seems to be that Elisabetta Perosi was like displaced in time by about 20 years. Luggage key.
I need to find out more about Jeremy's pact with the Dark Man. He meant to go to Tarawea. Maybe there is something there that would help.
Maybe.
Despite suffering the Hartwood curse herself, Emily never thought she would be seeing the Dark Man manifested in front of her eyes.
Oh, is that what happened?
To Emily, the curse was very much a psychological condition and not something that could suddenly step into a physical world. What did this mean? Could her own personal demons take form? Surely the only way to get any answers would be to find a way to the place Jeremy so desperately wanted to go. She needed to go to Tarawea.
Tarawea. I am glad that I remembered these things.
The Astarte Artist Colony. I'm pretty sure they had a Mardi Gras crew called the Pirates of Pontchartrain when I was a child.
I'm glad that I remembered all these fucking, like, all this, like, notebook summarization stuff from the beginning this time. This feels like a lot more like a complete playthrough because I, like, have an idea of, like, what the fuck I'm supposed to be looking for and looking at. The Barlow lens. Cool.
It's a telescope lens. Well, why would he lock it in here?
Oh, you know.
Jeremy had found a way to enter Tarawea, but he wasn't allowed to go. He knew deep down that it was impossible for him to cross that threshold. Instead, he hoped that Perosi would go in his place and burn his library to the ground so he could start again. But she never got the chance. Perosi had her own problems, her own demons, and she died suddenly one day without warning. Holding the telescope lens in her hands, Emily suspected what it was. At least a part of the key to that paradise Jeremy so desperately wanted to see. Curious what she would find, she felt eager to put the lens to use.
Neat. Nothing else in here. The sitting room has the France puzzle. That's right. We have to go to the drawing room. So I don't think there's really anything else we can do right now. All right, we gotta cross the pizza. Because so far, there's no, like, because here's, so, it does seem like there is going to be a significant divergent point probably after Tarawea, if I had to guess. Either after Tarawea or after the Sunken Temple, I'm not sure. Because thus far, at this point in the game, there was a lot of talk from Carnby about how Derceto seemed really familiar, or how Grace seemed really familiar. And then when he got to the empty room, he was just like, my God, I was here. I lived here. I'm from Derceto. I belong here. All that jazz. Whereas so far, the main things that we've kind of gotten from Emily's story, the primary mystery that seems to kind of crop up every so often has been elements of Emily's past, like her time as a governess, or how the siblings, the orderlies, have been calling her Mrs. Marcus, and she's had to correct them. That's Miss Hartwood. And talk about her husband who died in the war. So it definitely seems like we are going to have a pretty hard divergence point from what Carnby had gone through at some point. I would say probably midway through chapter 3, if I had to guess.
Whoa.
Okay, all right. These can't be rotated, so everything that we're seeing here is exactly how it is supposed to be oriented. There we go. 941. Oh shit, alright.
It's entering the numbers by itself? Okay, great, so where is that?
That's the dining room, Emily. Emily? Emily, that's the dining room, Emily. Emily?
Was this dream of Tarawea without a catch? A place for rest and comfort?
No. Certainly not. Okay, so we just gotta get to the dining room, which... Okay, so it's just on the other side of the stairs. And here we are. Oh yeah, this place is getting all fucked up.
Ah, here we go.
Oh. Chapter 3! Back at it again in Tarawea. There's our good buddy Juan. Hello, Juan.
You should not have come, Emily.
How do you know my name? Have we met?
In a manner of speaking. As a manifestation of Yermi's deepest desires, I am to you unfamiliar. Yet I know of you.
Are you Jeremy? Is that what you're saying?
I am only his subconscious thoughts. I cannot speak for his totality.
How come you have a Spanish accent? And what is this place? Is this Tarawea?
This is indeed the fabled convent of Tarawea, where Yermi goes to find peace during his sessions with Dr. Gray.
It's all fantasy then.
Based on the things he has read and seen.
And that includes you.
Yes. My name is Juan Luis Jorge. Yermi once read a book of mine. It stuck with him.
Can you help me break the pact with the Dark Man so we can leave Dorsetto?
Yermi doesn't want you to. He wants to honor his word to the Dark Man.
Why? What's the point? I don't understand what the pact is for.
The people of Dorsetto are calling upon evil to enter this world. Your uncle offered his soul to the Dark Man to contain this disaster.
What? No, that doesn't make any sense.
The pact will be fulfilled at dawn. As the sun rises, Yermi will forever be entombed in his sunken desert temple. As promised, the Dark Man shall quarantine and starve the evil inside their settle.
What about all the patients and the staff?
They will not stand a chance.
That's unacceptable. How could Jeremy agree to this?
Desperation, of course. Yermi did not choose martyrdom lightly.
Well, nothing is lost yet. I'm sure I can find a way to break the pact and save Jeremy. And hopefully the people at Dorsetto. What even is this evil you're talking about?
I don't know much. I think some nightmarish entity from the bayou.
I'll just have to deal with that later. First, I have to get Jeremy out of his deal. What? Did you run out of arguments?
You're actually quite inspiring, Miss Emily. If we put Yermi's feelings aside, I would have to say I agree with you.
Really?
You might just be able to save the old man from himself. I think you should take a look in the convent library. Try to find the truth about Yermi's relationship with the Dark Man.
Okay.
You should know that you won't be alone in those grand halls. The Dark Man has been reading those books for years.
He's here?
You'll have to be very careful.
Of course. I can be careful.
Good luck, Miss Emily.
I have a theory. a video game hypothesis, if you will.
As much as Emily wanted to soak in the comfort of Jeremy's dream and take a seat next to Juan under his Bodhi tree, she knew she couldn't stay. She had to visit the library and find information about Jeremy and his first meeting with the Dark Man.
Okay, so the patients of Derceto are trying to summon Shub-Nigroth. We know that from the end of Carnby's playthrough. And they're trying to summon him through some words that were provided to them by Jeremy. So through one way or another, Jeremy is responsible for their plans to ultimately summon Shub-Nigroth to this plane. Hello, G-Man. Now, Jeremy's pact with the Dark Man is to basically keep that contained to Derceto, to not allow Shub-Nigroth to get out of Derceto into the world at large. And part of the issue is that we come along and fuck that up. In which case we have to kill the manifestation of Shub-Nigroth. Which is hilarious to me, because most Lovecraftian stories will be like, oh, you can't, they're beings beyond knowing. They're not alive in the way that we think of living. And it's just like, yeah, but I do have a gun I can shoot it with. That's very funny to me. Okay. Jeremy thinks his pact with the Dark Man. However, if we, for example, assume perhaps that the end of Carnby's story, where he ultimately attacks the Dark Man. I think he attacks the Dark Man, and the Dark Man is the Doctor, Dr. Gray. If we assume that that is revealing, then that would mean that it's Dr. Gray's trying to stop this all from happening. Which would kind of make sense with how nervous he gets during the final ritual at the end of the story when we were playing through Carnby's campaign. So I'm wondering, like, that's currently my running theory, is that the Dark Man is not an actual entity, but is Dr. Gray using Jeremy's psychosis as a means of trapping a greater evil within Derceto to keep it out from getting to the outside world. That's the theory, at any rate. Hey, man.
What is the Dark Man, do you know?
The Black Sun. The stalker among the stars. The crawling chaos. No. Neither I nor Jeremy knows what he truly is.
He could also just be Nyarlathotep.
I'm worried this is how it starts. That this is just madness enveloping me.
I'm sorry. There is no compelling answer I can give you to dispel such doubts.
Well, I've put this off long enough. Take care, Juan.
You too, Miss Emily. I will cross my fingers and hope for the best.
You know, ironically, being honest and saying that there's nothing you can say that would dispel any doubts that I'm not going fucking insane is maybe the most rational response and the most promising one that you could have possibly given. Because, like, if you had been like, no, you're not crazy, it's the world is just like this, then I mean, like, yeah, no, that would make sense. For, like, a mind that's going insane, that would be the response it gets. How many Laniaps do we actually have to get? Obsolete items have been archived. Yeah, I know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You just have 6 to find. That would make sense if the game is mostly the same, only up to a certain point. So, like, the implication would be that everything that or most of the stuff that we found with Carnby is also stuff that we could have found with Emily regardless. And that it's not until the point of diversion that we start finding new items. That's pretty sick. All right.
There's something missing.
You can say that again. There's something missing. Looks like something's missing. I think I'm missing something. I don't think I have what I need for this yet. Items. I forget at what point the Dark Man actually spawns into the world. I think it's when we get up to the top floor.
The great library was endless, beautiful, and terrible. An Akashic record for the universe inside the mind of Jeremy Hartwood. Now corrupted by a story forced upon him, told by a maniacal liar. An evil conjured by science and secrecy. I will suspend a room and lock away the foundation of his character. Its key will be left to the librarian, the only thing invisible to the Prowler.
There's that weird way of talking again. Oh. The fuck? I'm gonna try and stop at about the same point that I stopped last time, which I believe... Was that before or after we got into the big ol' elevator? I actually don't know. Let me see. I can find out real easy. Give me a second. Goodness. It looks like it was actually around this point that I stopped. So this is about where we're going to stop this time as well. I want to take this opportunity to thank everybody for coming by the stream. I hope you all had a good time. I know I did. If you enjoyed the stream, you can subscribe here on Twitch. We have special emotes for subscribers. You can also follow me on Twitter, Tumblr, and co-host at AcidXShark. That's AcidXShark, where I post all the streams as they happen. But the butt poke? Oh, yeah, no, that hasn't had any ramifications yet. There's been no rammies. You can also follow me on YouTube at AcidXShark, where I post all the streams after they happen. Art for the stream, thumbnail art was done by my friend JCat. You can find on Twitter, Tumblr, and co-host, I believe, at Dandy Mahwin. That's DandyMathuin. Great artist. Highly recommend checking his stuff out. And my VTuber was done by Audrey and B of Team Catpull, who you can find on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, Tumblr, co-host, VGen, and Blue Sky at Team Catpull. That's TEAMCATPLE. They're open for commissions. You should commission them. Use the VGen. Don't email them. Don't do it. What else? Don't DM them either. If you do DM them, don't be weird. Please don't be weird to my friends. Upcoming streams: Wednesday, Splatoon 3. Thursday, Final Fantasy 14. Friday, Bayonetta Origins. Next Saturday, more of this. I'm excited. I'm enjoying this game, and I'm hoping that with us hitting the more or less halfway point of the story, we're going to see some pretty major divergences in how Emily's story progresses versus how Carnby's story progressed. So I hope you'll tune in for that. We are going to be rating Audrey and B of Team Catpull. So do stick around for that. And I will see you next time on the Shark Stream. Same Shark time, same Shark channel. Take care, everybody.